All right, I'm waiting a second for Zoom to catch up. I am calling to order the regular board meeting of Tuesday, April 26th. Can we get a roll call?
Yes. Student trustee Dana?
Here.
Student trustee Lyra?
Here.
Trustee Boyd?
Here.
Trustee Davidson?
Oh, here.
Trustee Doss? Not here yet. Vice President Durham?
Here.
President Hinckley?
Here.
Superintendent Wells?
Here.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Sorry, I was noticing that I forgot something in our agenda. I will now recite the Pledge of Allegiance for anyone who wants to join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Can we have our student board members read our mission and vision statement and meeting norms, please?
Yes, as soon as they... Okay. The mission of Albany Unified School District is to provide excellent public education that empowers all to achieve their fullest potential as productive citizens. AUSD is committed to creating comprehensive learning opportunities in a safe, supportive, and collaborative environment, addressing the individual needs of each student.
Our meeting norms are as follows. 1. Maintain a focus on what is best for our students. 2. Ensure a safe environment for all views to be expressed, treating each other, staff, and the public respectfully. 3. Endeavor to find common solutions to issues through collaboration without sacrificing one's beliefs in what is best for students. And 4. Make a commitment to effective deliberation, each one listening with an open mind while others are allowed to express their own points of view, even if one disagrees.
Great, thank you. There was no action taken in closed session tonight. That was the item I almost forgot. So we now need to approve our agenda for open session.
I move that we approve tonight's agenda.
I'll second that.
Vice President Durham, did you have a question about the agenda?
Yes, I wanted to see if we could pull, let me see, item 12-A, simply because the report was not available for the public following the Brown Act. So I would like to get it pulled until next meeting date.
Superintendent Wells, do you want to comment
this
on that item?
Yeah, sure. This is not an action item. It's a staff informational item. And so the staff and the board would not be giving, accepting the item or taking action on the item. It's just a staff report. I would be inclined to go with Vice President Duran if it was an action item. But since it's staff and informational, I suggest we move on because of the heavy items, the heavy impacted upcoming next 3-4 meetings with very little room on those agendas. And this is an important item. And I think the board and the community will be really informed with some updated issues around HR and our practices and where we are.
So we could certainly discuss the fact that it was posted so late. If we move forward with having it as a staff report, we do have a motion on the table to approve the agenda as is. So we can take a vote on that and then, or if somebody wants to consider an amendment. But we did have a second, so I think we need a roll call on the motion to adopt the whole agenda.
Is it possible to ask a question?
It is always possible.
May I ask if there is a distinction in the Brown Act regarding length of time in advance of a meeting if something is going to be taken action on versus informational? Is that just like a discussion item, or is there actually a a separation in the act as far as what's required.
Well, we certainly would not be able to take action on an item that hadn't been posted with the 72 hours in advance. So it wouldn't even be an option to discuss whether to pull it. Because there's no action, there wouldn't be any penalty or consequence for discussing it anyway. You know, it's certainly unfortunate that it wasn't available for people to digest more in advance, but we can talk about that as part of the staff report and then decide how to proceed after that if we want it to come back to us again with more opportunity for notice and discussion.
Thank you.
So can we get a roll call on the first motion?
Yes. Student trustee Dana,
Yes.
student trustee Lyra,
Yes.
Vice President Duran, we start with you tonight.
Oh, boy. No.
Okay. President Hinckley,
Yes.
trustee Boyd,
Yes.
trustee Davidson,
Yes.
and trustee Doss.
Yes.
Thank you.
Great. So the agenda is passed with one no vote from Vice President Duran. Thank you for raising the transparency issue as always. And we now move on to our spotlight on Albany Children's Center. So I'm not sure who you, Dr. Sten, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Superintendent Wells, Board Trustees, Albany community. Thank you so much for this opportunity to spotlight our Albany Children's Center, the teachers and the paraeducators of our preschool, as well as our before and after school programs at each of our elementary schools collaborated to put together this delightful and informative video presentation for you tonight. I'd like to give a special thank you to Ms. Angeli Jane, the teacher of the Oceanville Before and After School program, for leading the coordination of this effort. And of course, the entire ACC staff for your teamwork. Thank you so much. And without further ado, please enjoy this video presentation.
Oops. All right, give me one moment to adjust this. There we go.
Good evening, Superintendent Dr. Wells, board members, and the wonderful Albany community. My name is Anjali Jain, and I work.
Can't see it, can you? 1 second. Nope. Sorry. I just realized that. Start that over. There we go.
At the Ocean. Good evening, Superintendent Dr. Wells, board members, and the wonderful Albany community. My name is Anjali Jain, and I work at the Ocean View Before and After School program. I have the pleasure of presenting Albany.
I'm sorry, I don't know what happened.
Children's Center Spotlight tonight. Our ACC team has put together a small presentation that gives us a glimpse of all of our wonderful ACC programs. Enjoy.
The Albany Children's Center is an early childhood program operated by the Albany Unified School District. The center is open Monday through Friday from 7:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. The preschool is year-round and it runs 245 days a year. The before and after school programs run 182 days a year. At the preschool, we have 5 classrooms, 4 preschool, the largest having 24 children, and 3 with 16 children. In these rooms, there is a 1-to-8 ratio. Our 5th room holds our SDC class. This room currently serves 9 children with special needs. We provide speech and language, occupational and physical therapy on site. Albany Children's Center also runs 5 before and after school age programs. These school age programs are located at the 3 elementary schools in Albany. typically having about 300 students enrolled in the before and after school programs. Here at Albany Children's Center, we strive to provide continuity and care for the students and families of Albany. The staff of Albany Children's Center, both in preschool and before and after school programs, are credentialed and or permitted, fingerprinted, and also are CPR and first aid certified. Albany Children's Center is a licensed child development center and has been in operation serving children for over 70 years. We are the first step in their education.
Hi, my name is Jamie, and I am a preschool teacher at the Albany Children's Center. ACC is a place for the district's youngest learners to gain their first experiences in a classroom environment using a play-based model. Children participate in developmentally appropriate lessons and activities that celebrate diversity. Play provides the base foundations for learning. Children make their own choices daily. Our students learn to be problem solvers, discoverers, learners, conflict managers. They learn cooperation and more. Children learn about others as well as themselves through play. Students build independence, self-confidence, self-control. They learn to make friends, handle transitions, and how to be part of a classroom. We provide opportunities to build students' large motor skills. We have bikes, structures, hula hoops, balancing, place to run or kick a ball. Our yard is designed for these young learners. Large muscle activities are essential for a student's health and well-being. Outdoor activities build strong muscles and give students a sense of pride. ACC teachers also provide experiences and opportunities to develop fine motor skills with drawing, Play-Doh, finger painting. We support the cognitive development. Students acquire thinking skills such as problem solving, pre-math skills, comparing, counting, classifying, making patterns. We support language development. We help our students learn to use words to communicate with others, to participate in conversations. We use open-ended questions to gauge their knowledge and critical thinking skills.
Making, Kinsley? What do you put in your cake? Oh, flour. I see the flour. You're putting flour in your cake? What are you going to do with it after you put the flour in there?
Language development also supports students' understanding of prints, recognition of letters and words, and the beginnings of writing. ACC's curriculum covers most of the basic concepts students will need in their future education. We incorporate other topics such as family, feelings, senses, community, diversity, unity, seasons, holidays. During our year, classrooms focus on many areas of science, gardening, and so much more. One of the highlights of our year that we would like to spotlight are the sessions we receive from the Healthy Me program. The Healthy Me Music and Movement program is a multisensory experience designed for young children that focuses on the important topics as nutrition, drinking water, fitness, and social emotional skills. This program is sponsored by Albany, and our students really love it. Come see us up at ACC and play.
Thank you, board members, for giving us this opportunity to share about Cedars. First, here is some information about our program.
Cedars is a play-based program where we encourage child-driven activities and play. The goal is to provide opportunities for children to further develop their social and emotional skills and have positive relationships with peers.
We do many different types of indoor and outdoor activities, such as designing with our friends, which is a great way to use our imaginations and work together to create cool structures. We like to draw and read with our friends. Because of our wonderful family and their generosity, we now have a beautiful garden. Circle time is an important part of our day. We come together as a group to share our thoughts and ideas. It helps build classroom community. We enjoy learning about different cultures through music, books, and languages. This year, we learned about Diwali, Lunar New Year, and Nowruz. It was fun celebrating together. We are now learning how to say hello in different languages. Redwoods and Maples program follow a culturally responsive, play-based learning curriculum. Taking initiative, focused attention, and curiosity about the world are all part of play. Children learn through rich, meaningful interactions and hands-on interactive activities. We offer child and teacher-initiated activities to balance free play and cooperative learning that encourages children to develop logical reasoning, mathematical awarenesses, language skills, communication, and problem-solving skills. We focus on paying attention to our minds and bodies through self-reflection and meditation. Our environment is safe and nurturing that allows children to take risks. The teachers design spaces and projects that stimulate learning, encourage cooperation, and provide a sense of empowerment. Great emphasis is placed on teamwork that boosts children's creative thinking skills, self-esteem, and confidence. We offer daily opportunities to individualize instruction by providing academic support and homework help to meet the needs of every type of learner. We share and learn about different cultures and holidays around the world. We are learning dance and music from different cultures and are planning an event at the end of the school year featuring our wonderful students. Students are learning and participating in the planning process by sharing their ideas, learning to manage an event, and present the program at the end of the school year. Thank you for your support and cooperation. I like to play in the park at Redwoods because it has a lot of fun toys and we can also do group type. And I like in Maples that the people care about. We could have computers so we could do homework, like extra credit.
We have fun projects, a lot of activities, like a nice amount of time to play outside, to like exercise.
I like Maples because they have a lot of activities and games to do and the teachers are really nice.
Hi everyone, my name is Lucy. I work at the Albany Children's Center at the Oceanville Chinese program. Chinese language program has 2 teachers. Students learn by listening, speaking, reading, and writing Chinese. Students also learn how to sing Chinese songs, poems, dance, and culture by doing art activities, storytelling, Chinese cartoons, and how to use chopsticks. Students work together as a team by helping each other learn the Chinese language. We usually have 4 events in the school year. First one is the celebration of Chinese New Year. Second one is the celebration at the Albany Community Center. Third is the Lunar New Year performance in Albany on Solano Avenue. And the fourth is the talent show at Oceanville Elementary School. This year, we are invited to perform in the annual May Day celebration at the Auckland Zoo. This performance is put on by the California Rivals. They are going to celebrate the beginning of the Asian Pacific American Heritage Month.
I love about Chinese class is how they teach Chinese. What I love is the writing.
Chinese program is really great, and not only do they get to do learning after school, but they also get to do additional activities around the community. It's a great way not only for my kids to learn Chinese, but also learn confidence and learn how to be on stage.
The Tupelo Care program is part of Albany Children's Center. Tupelo serves children from 1st through 5th grade. We provide a quality school-age care program that is safe, nurturing, and educational for all children. Tupelo is committed to promoting, supporting, and enhancing all areas of a child's development. We encourage individuality and independence by providing a balance of educational, social, and recreational opportunities for children to succeed. Children gain knowledge, acquire skills, and become proficient by learning through play. Tupelo sets the tone for a child to start the school day and provides a safe environment. Children learn that mistakes are part of the learning process, and it is important to acknowledge and learn from it. Curriculum is planned monthly, and it includes learning activities in areas such as science, language arts, physical education, visual and performing arts, mathematics, and social sciences. The program provides individual and group activities to promote self-esteem and cooperation. Children enrolled in Tupelo will have the opportunity to learn Spanish as part of our program. They will learn Spanish through music, stories, games, movement, and outdoor activities in a fun and stimulating learning environment. This year, we have 2 classrooms, one on each side of Marine School. First and second grades are in room 10 at Albany Middle School Annex, and third, fourth, and fifth graders are in room 106 at Albany High School. Please feel free to visit us at Tupelo.
PINE's program is the before and after school enrichment program for kindergartners at Cornell Elementary School. PINES provides a play-based learning program with the following key principles: Spanish language enrichment, global multicultural curriculum that celebrates diversity, focusing on all dimensions of children's health, social, emotional, mental, and physical, creating a safe and nurturing environment that promotes creativity and autonomy, offering a variety of educational and recreational activities, providing opportunities for kindergartners' choice and input, paying attention and responding to the particular needs of each child, providing structure with flexibility.
The Cornell Chinese After School is an immersion Chinese Mandarin language program, providing a learning environment for students to speak and understand Chinese easily through fun activities. Daily dialogues, singing, poems, rhymes, stories, games, and hands-on art and crafts help students develop their language speaking and listening skills. There are 21 students, 1 teacher, and 1 teaching assistant in the program. Chinese holiday celebrations are a big part of our curriculum and provide a language learning culture. Students, teachers, and their families participate in the Chinese Lunar New Year celebration at school every year. The community gives students opportunities to experience and understand different cultures. The reading and writing curriculum is designed to have beginning, intermediate, and advanced levels to accommodate students' diverse needs and help them learn efficiently. Indoor and outdoor activities promote students' social skills, improve their communication and problem-solving skills. Thank you for watching this brief introduction to the program. You're welcome to visit us in the classroom. We're located on the 2nd floor in the Cornell School Annex building.
Chinese program is lots of fun!
I would like to thank Dr. Anshin for giving us this opportunity. Thank you to Renee Howley, our ACC coordinator, and a big thank you to all of our ACC teachers and ACC staff for making this presentation possible. I would also like to thank Albany Education Foundation, Albany Teachers Association, and CSCA for supporting ACC. Thank you to all elementary school site principals, office staff, and custodial staff for your ongoing support. Thank you to the central kitchen staff for timely delivery of meals and adding new items on the menu. Children are really enjoying these new snacks. Thank you to all of our wonderful ACC families. And finally, thank you to all of our board members. Together, we are proud members of Albany Unified School District. Thank you, everyone. Have a good evening.
Yay, thank you so much. That was really awesome and comprehensive. So many programs. I am the parent of a former Cedars child who now they all look so small to me. But thank you so much for putting all that together. It looks like a lot of work. Thank you to the children and teachers for participating and just giving us a much needed, refresher about what a great program we have in ACC and how fortunate we are to have both the preschool and the before and after school programs for our kids. I want to see if any other board members want to give thanks before we move on. Yeah, student board member Dana.
Yeah, I was a member of Tupelo, and I just remember having so much fun in the after-school care and before-school care enrichment programs, and it was just really nice to see just a recap of what they're doing right now and see kind of how they've evolved. And I'm really grateful to have these in the district. So I just wanted to share the same sentiments as you.
Great, thank you. So thanks again. I don't see Anjali on our screen, but thanks to Anjali for emceeing that video. And as with all the videos we have in our meetings, if we could share that in our Friday update, that would be great so that the whole community can see it. So now we move on to our recognitions for tonight, starting with resolution number 2021-22-25, proclaiming May 2022 as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. And I know Vice President Duran worked on this. Don't know if you're also willing to present it.
Yes, well, as a matter of fact, API Parent, the engagement group has actually worked on this. I'd like to thank Kathy Rye and Lucy Chen for inviting some students and having the students participate as well tonight. But before we do that, just in terms of the background information, we have a couple paragraphs that we traditionally do with all our resolutions, and I was hoping to invite our two student trustees to each read one of those paragraphs of the background information, please, if you would.
Yes. Okay. For far too long, the history and achievements of people of color in the United States have been disregarded in school textbooks, the media, and society as a whole. While the federal government today provides monthly recognitions as a first step in addressing this issue, it is crucial that students and staff take this opportunity to reflect on a deeper meaning of historical and cultural perspectives. Diversity is an integral part of the fabric of the United States, and these resolutions provide a way to honor and respect the richness of the diverse cultures of this country. Moreover, it is essential that distinct and accurate perspectives be presented and heard.
Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in May celebrates the heritage, culture, and contributions of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders in the United States. The Albany Unified School District Board of Trustees aspires that this recognition series will spur meaningful action throughout the district for a better present day and keep AUSD on the path for a more equitable future.
I just wanted to mention that for the community, there are several resources here that are super informative that the API organization research component also pulled together. So I want to appreciate them again for doing this, and hopefully everybody can take some time and check out those resources. And now we're going to go to the resolution. And I would invite Kathy Rye, and I believe it's 3 students who are going to be reading the resolution tonight. If all of you, oh, I'm sorry.
I only see 2. Sorry, I only see 2 students, and I don't see.
Do you see Samantha?
Kathy. I see Susie and Samantha.
Okay, and Kathy was going to be here with her daughter, Mila. Has Kathy not arrived yet?
Julie may also be moving people in, but I'm not seeing a Kathy or a Mila.
Yeah, it's Kathy Rye, R-A-I.
I don't see her either. If you're there, Kathy, raise your hand.
Oh, I see someone. Oh, no.
Of course. Michaela. No, that's.
No.
Don't see anyone with that name.
Okay, well, because, I think it's going to be a long meeting tonight, I guess we're going to have to go forward it. Ms. Shan, if you could be on the lookout for Kathy Rye if she shows up, and her daughter Mila. So with that, I'm hoping that Samantha, who is a 9th grader, and Susie, who's an 8th grader, if you can show your flexibility as students, and between the 2 of you, read the resolution for tonight. If you just want to alternate the whereas paragraphs, that would be great. Are you there, Samantha and Susie?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
Are you willing to do that?
Yes.
Okay, great. Please, if you want to get started with this resolution. Can you see it?
Yes, I can see it.
Okay.
Proclamation, Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, May 2022. Whereas the City of Albany is committed to providing comprehensive support to ensure an equitable, safe, and welcoming environment to all people, and whereas Asian American and Pacific Islander AAPI Heritage Month is observed during the month of May to recognize the contributions and influence of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders to the history, culture, and achievements of the United States. And whereas AAPIs are comprised of more than 23 distinct Asian American, AA, and 19 distinct Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander, NHPI subgroups. AAPIs range from new immigrants to 4th generation or more descendants, and have distinct stories of historical trauma and immigration/settlement experiences, and is one of the fastest growing racial/ethnic minority groups in the US, with California being the home to the largest AA population and 2nd largest NHPI population. And whereas the first AAPIs to arrive to the US are Filipinos to Morro Bay, California in 1587, and whereas the first Chinatown was established in 1848 in San Francisco, California, and whereas 20,000 Chinese immigrants worked on the Transcontinental Railroad between 1863 to 1869, and Punjabis worked on the Western Pacific Railways in Northern California between 1903 to 1908. And whereas the first...
Can Susie join us, Samantha, and can she read?
Oh, she's an expert.
So, Vice President Duran, I think the resolution being read may be for the city of Albany, not the school district one.
It was originally the city's proclamation, and API asked if we would just submit, use that resolution, and we changed it to fit the needs of Albany Unified. So this is
okay. So
this is
some of the text being read doesn't match what's on the screen, but
really, I don't know. Can I ask you, Samantha?
Maybe it's okay to keep going where we were, but
Samantha, are you reading from the screen in front of us?
No, I'm reading a document titled City Council Proclamation that was sent to me by Ms. Lucy Chen.
Thanks, President Hinckley. Samantha, do you see the screen? Can you see the resolution on the screen itself?
Yes.
Okay, that is what we wanted to have read.
Thank you.
Samantha, most of what you read is pretty much the same, so I think it's totally fine. If you all want to pick up about where I interrupted you.
Okay. I was reading off of the document because it had the parts that I was supposed to read highlighted. So
yeah.
Okay,
no worries.
No problem.
Okay. Whereas the first Chinatown was established in 1848 in San Francisco, California, and whereas 20,000 Chinese immigrants worked on the Transcontinental Railroad between 1863 to 1869, and Punjabis worked on the Western Pacific Railways in Northern California between 1903 to 1908, and whereas the first Gurdwara Sikh Center was built in Stockton, California in 1912, and whereas on February 19 of 1942, President Franklin Roosevelt issued Executive Order 9066, authorizing the internment of U.S. citizens of Japanese descent. Yes, I have one more paragraph. And whereas on October 5th of 1978, President Jimmy Carter signed a law that designated the first 7 days of May as Asian Pacific American Heritage Week to acknowledge the first Japanese immigrants to arrive in the U.S. in May of 1843 and the completion of the Transcontinental Railroad, much of which was built by Chinese immigrants in May of 1869. And
whereas President George, sorry?
Go ahead, Susie.
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Whereas President George H.W. Bush issued Presidential Proclamation 6130 on May 7th, 1990, designating May 1990 as the first Asian Pacific American Heritage Month, and whereas the state of California celebrated Fred Korematsu Day, January 30th, the first day named after an Asian American, and whereas the term modal minority originated from the successful reintegration of Japanese Americans overcoming discrimination from Executive Order 9066, World War II internment. However, this stereotype is problematic and perpetuates the invisibility of AAPIs who are not successful and pits racial groups against one another. And furthermore, the perpetual foreigner image that contributed to the long history of anti-Asian discrimination, for example, 1882 Chinese Exclusion Act to the 2017 Muslim ban, and recent violence towards AAPIs during the COVID pandemic. And whereas, for more than a century, Asian Americans and Pacific Islander men and women have made valuable contributions to all areas of life, including government.
Yes.
Sorry, I was also reading from the document, so there might be some mistakes, I guess.
Yes. Can you see, Susie, the actual document that we have posted online?
In the Zoom?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
I'll try, but it's really small here, and I'm nearsighted, so it's kind of hard to see.
Also, Kathy Rai is now in the.
Yeah, we have Kathy and her child is here.
Hello, everyone. Did you want me to finish up that last bit? I was trying to figure out where she was.
I think I was at the valuable contributions to all areas of life, that paragraph.
Areas of life. Did you get to the Exclusion Act and Muslim ban?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you get to, there it is, culture, law enforcement, and military?
Yeah, I was about to get there.
Okay, I will take care of that part, then I'll hand it off to Mila.
Okay.
Okay, so, go ahead. Did you want to take care of that? Yeah?
Can you see the screen that the district is
there you are.
showing?
Yes, I see that.
Can you read from that? Because the one you're reading is different. So we want to focus on this resolution, please.
Sure. Okay, I am trying to not block the wording I'm putting you guys off to the side. Okay, very good. So whereas for more than a century, Asian American and Pacific Islander men and women have made valuable contributions to all areas of life, including government, business, technology advances, arts and sciences, medicine, education, law enforcement, and the military. And whereas these contributions were critical to the COVID-19 epidemic when AAPIs, in particular immigrants, stood unwavering on the front line as essential workers in healthcare who make up 20% of all California healthcare workforce, and where a significant number of Filipino nurses bore a disproportionate burden of COVID deaths, and as essential workers in the food industry at farms, meat, processing factories, grocery stores and restaurants, in education as childcare workers and teachers, and in the pharmaceutical and biomedical industry. And whereas AUSD is proud of its Asian American and Pacific Islander student population, which is 26% that contribute, not yet, and greatly to the diversity and enrichment of our community. And whereas we recognize former AAPI elected appointed school district officials, including former school board members Bob Chin, Owen H. Jones, he's African American and AAPI, and Patricia Lowe, and our former AUSD Superintendent Val Williams. And whereas diversity represents one of our greatest strengths, and by recognizing the contributions and accomplishments of Asian American and Pacific Islander men and women. So I would like to actually thank, Mila, did you want to read the last bit?
Whereas diversity represents one of our greatest strengths, and by recognizing the contributions and accomplishments of Asian American and Pacific Islander men and women, Albany USD School District celebrates the importance of inclusion and building a brighter future for all of our students.
Very good. And then
Mila, if you can read the very last one, therefore be it resolved.
Therefore be it resolved that the Albany School District Board of Education proclaims the month of May as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, and encourages all district schools to commemorate this occasion with appropriate instructional activities.
So I also want to thank you, VP Duran, for your warm and very inviting welcome to include us in this. And I really, really appreciate all of you as shimmering comments that Dr. Wells, Dr. Shin, the esteemed board members, honorable board trustees, thank you so much for welcoming us and recognizing us. So I'm as Kathy Rye representing the parents of the City of Albany, and we have Mila, the fifth grader from Cornell Elementary School, Samantha Yang from Albany High School, and Susie Liu from Albany Middle School. So on behalf of all the children of Albany, to thank all of you, to finally be it resolved on behalf of the board to recognize May 2022 as Asian Pacific American Heritage Month. And the City of Albany celebrates by calling upon its residents, all of you wondrous miracles and you shimmering comets, to honor with Asian Pacific Americans and learn more about the history of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders and celebrating with them. So we welcome you to make friends, learn about each other, and thank you so much for your warm welcome.
You're certainly welcome, Ms. Wright. Thank you for being with us tonight, and to our students from AMS and Albany High School and Cornell. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
The elementary school.
Okay, right. Okay, President Hinckley, you take it over, please.
Thank you. And thank you. That was really a team effort to get that read. And I'm always so happy to hear from students. Mila, I love the forceful reading of this resolution, and I hope that as a district we live up to what you told us to do, which is to honor this month and to ensure that our schools and our teachers and our students are really engaging in May with this really important history and present. So thank you for all the effort. Thank you, Vice President Duran, for preparing that, as always, for shepherding our resolutions. And I'll open it to any other board comments. Oh, no, I won't. I will first make sure we actually vote on the resolution. I almost made that mistake again. So I will first open the floor to a motion to pass resolution number 2021-22-25.
I so move.
Second.
Thank you, President Sarah.
You're welcome, President Mira.
Okay, student trustee Dana?
Yes.
Student trustee Lyra?
Yes.
President Hinckley?
Yes.
Trustee Boyd?
Yes.
Trustee Davidson?
Yes.
Trustee Doss?
Yes.
Vice President Durham?
Yes.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. The resolution passes unanimously. Thanks again to Mila, Samantha, Susie, and Kathy. And now I will open it up to any other comments on the resolution. Trustee Boyd.
I'll just thank everyone who read and who put all of that information together. It's incredibly informative, and I really appreciate the opportunity every year, hopefully not just during AAPI Heritage Month, but certainly at that time, to learn about just all the distinct ways that different diverse members of our group have our own individuals, challenges and struggles and history that we've inherited and that we have to work on. And I just think and know that it's so important to illuminate those differences while at the same time understanding how we all are struggling against the same energies and the same history and trying to move forward. And so I really appreciate the opportunity to become more informed every year, every month, every week, every day, to become more informed and to be able to be a stronger ally for each other and to advocate for each other. So thank you all for your efforts.
Great, thank you for wrapping that up beautifully, as always. And thanks again to our panelists who joined us to read the resolution. And we now move on to our second recognition for tonight, resolution number 2021-22-26 for Certificated Employees Appreciation Week.
And that one goes over to our Chief Human Resource Officer, Marina Gonzalez.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I was given a second for the screen to come up here. So let's see. I think I have a separate tab open for this. So this is an exciting one because, as we know, once a year we get to celebrate the Certificated Employees Appreciation Week. It's observed annually during the first week in May. The district is bringing this resolution forward to recognize and to celebrate the tireless work and immense positive impact of our Albany Unified School District certificated employees. Albany teachers give so much. They share their passion for learning. Our students are supported educationally and emotionally by the generous and dedicated mentors that fill our certificated positions. Albany certificated staff make the learning environment fun, empowering, and accessible to all of our students. And though we know that we can't ever thank them enough, we can take a moment during Certificated Employees Appreciation Week to share our appreciation for the special educators in our life. And I would like to invite the board to read the resolution. Resolution 2021-22-26.
Happily. I will start and then pass it down. Certificated Employees Appreciation Week. Whereas the governing board of the Albany Unified School District and Superintendent Wells wish to commend and express our appreciation to the teachers, counselors, psychologists, speech language therapists, school nurse, school social worker, program specialists, and all certificated educational specialists who serve the students of the Albany Unified School District. And Vice President Duran.
Whereas teachers and educational specialists demonstrate and share their love of learning in the classroom every day and act as listeners, explorers, role models, motivators, and mentors. And by doing so, are partners with parents and the community in inspiring students' dreams and laying the foundation for them to be good citizens. And Student Board Trustee Lida?
Sorry, which one am I at? I lost my place. Oh,
the success.
Thank you. Whereas the success of more than 3,500 students in Albany Public Schools relies on the skills, knowledge, encouragement, and attitudes of dedicated teachers and educational specialists. And
I think you gotta pick who's gonna be next.
Oh, okay. I will pass it on to Trustee Davidson.
Whereas teachers and educational specialists work collaboratively with the Board of Education, Superintendent, administrators, colleagues, parents, caregivers, and others in support of our commitment to quality education for all learners. And Trustee Das.
Whereas teachers and educational specialists went above and beyond to continue the education of students through a global pandemic, modifying their instruction to accommodate for 100% distance learning and then pivoting back to provide in-person instruction.
Trustee Boyd, you want to go next?
Whereas teachers and educational specialists in particular educate and motivate students who have special needs that require unique skills, or students who face obstacles in other educational settings. And I think President Hinckley?
Nope, just Trustee Dana.
Me, yay.
My apologies, Allison.
It's okay.
Goodness gracious.
Don't worry. Whereas Albany Unified School District teachers and oh wait, no, was that just read? Oh no, both of them say educational specialists. I was like, I heard that before. Okay. Whereas Albany Unified School District teachers and educational specialists have made a crucial difference in the lives of students and are true champions for children's schools and community. And
actually, Superintendent Wells, would you read this one?
Whereas the Albany Unified School District Board of Education recognizes that the quality of all students' educational experiences depends significantly and vitally upon the quality of their teachers. And because the influence of a good teacher continues long after school days are only memories.
Great. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the governing board of the Albany Unified School District proclaims May 2nd to May 6th, 2022 to be Certificated Employees Appreciation Week. Be it further resolved that the governing board of the Albany Unified School District encourages all members of our community to join with it in personally expressing appreciation to our teachers for their dedication and devotion to their work. So before I forget again, I will first open the floor to a motion to approve our resolution.
I move we approve Resolution 2021-22-26 for Certificated Employees Appreciation Week.
I second. Student Trustee Dana?
yes.
Student Trustee Lyra?
Yes.
Trustee Boyd?
Yes.
Trustee Davidson?
Yes.
Trustee Doss?
Yes.
Vice President Durand?
Yes.
President Hinckley?
Yes, the resolution passes unanimously. Thank you to Ms. Gonzalez for bringing this forward and to the board for helping read this. I feel like we need to do a whole special clinic on how to read things out loud. We've talked a lot about how amazing our certificated staff and teachers are over the past 2 years. And I think probably they're tired of just hearing a lot of words. So I will just say, I hope that I live up to what they deserve going forward. And also just encourage the community to look out for those teacher appreciation events that the PTAs are always trying to get you to participate in. Doesn't just need to be 1 week a year. but just one good way to show your appreciation. So thanks again for bringing this forward. And I will, again, opening it up to the board for any comments now that we have passed our resolution. Trustee Boyd.
I want to respect and appreciate the kind of talk is cheap that President Hinckley just said, so I don't want to say too much. I just want to say that I was already in awe of teachers and already just like thanked the universe for them every year at the beginning of the year when I brought my children to like their respective classes. And in the context of the last couple of years, I know some ways in which it became harder, and some ways it doesn't even occur to me that it became harder, but I can only imagine. So just want to give all the respect and all the flowers and all the kudos and all the I don't know how you do it. And just as President Hinckley said, I hope that actions will speak louder than words to show you how you're appreciated.
Great, thank you. So we now are done with our recognitions, and we now need to approve our consent calendar for tonight. If I could get a motion for that. Or questions, if there are any.
Vice President Duran, are we good? You have a question?
I was watching
There's one brewing. We're ready for a motion.
Okay, I move that we approve the consent calendar.
I second.
Okay, student trustee Dana?
Yes.
Student trustee Lyra?
Yes.
Trustee Davidson? Yes, and I just want to say that that is because we rely on you for catching things that some of the rest of us miss, not because we are annoyed by your questions, but because we appreciate and rely on that.
Noted. Trustee Doss?
Yes.
Vice President Duran?
Yes.
President Hinckley?
Yes.
And Trustee Boyd?
Yes. And I second what Trustee Davidson said about Vice President Duran.
The litmus test, the canary on the board. All right, moving right along, the consent calendar is passed unanimously, and we now move to superintendent and board members' reports. So starting with you, Dr. Wells.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, great. Tonight, Madam Chair, President Hinckley, Superintendent has no report.
All right, we are moving right along. So I just wanted to thank everyone involved in putting together the special workshop last Tuesday that we had on the budget. It was one of the most informative experiences I've had trying to understand where our money comes from and where it's going, and just really appreciative of the work that our CBO, Ms. Kim, put into that, and the company that we're using to help us, and also to the members of the community and the Budget Advisory Committee that came to that just really important work for us to really understand our budget. And I also had the wonderful experience of going to watch the TUPE peer educator group go into the 9th grade classes yesterday to talk about tobacco use and vaping, and just sparked a lot of thoughts about all of the opportunities for peer education around the issues that our students grapple with. And it was great to hear the students be very honest about what they themselves observe happening in the high schools and the middle schools, and what their thoughts are about how to address some of those issues and challenges that they're facing. So that's my whole report, and I will pass it to you, Vice President Duran.
I too want to acknowledge CBO Kim and the wonderful report that we got on last Tuesday night. I learned a whole lot And I think to CBO Kim, that means a lot because I'm always asking her tons of questions. So it was super informative, really appreciate it. And I just wanted to mention that I had the opportunity to go to the fabulous presentations by our talented singers in all levels this past Saturday in front of Albany High School. So that was a lot of fun. That's my report for tonight.
Trustee Doss.
Thanks. My report is really quick. I just wanted to say that Albany High softball team is in the playoffs. So if you are available this weekend, go check them out. I had an opportunity to hang out with the coach this afternoon while he was helping the team get ready. And it was really exciting to watch him prepare for the playoffs. So that was exciting. And the budget workshop was informative as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Boyd.
I will second the wonderfulness and incredible information and clarity in the budget workshop, and also say that seeing everyone singing on Saturday morning was wonderful. And then I'll just say quickly, just give a small report on the Special Education Committee that met almost a couple weeks ago now. And say that it was a really wonderful meeting, starting to work through some of the findings from the audit and focusing on some improvements on having longer time for IEP meetings and making materials available to families in advance of the meetings so that families can come to those meetings with as much information as possible and background, and making sure that resources are made available to those families so that they can understand the terms and not feel that this is all sort of being like a sort of a waterfall of new information and new terms in a shocking way that can make it difficult to process, and really to be there and to advocate for their students and to work with those who are there, and suggesting things like having orientations in advance for families, perhaps even during the summer. So just some really wonderful ideas that came out of that meeting, and I'm looking forward to when the audit is presented and we can discuss those findings and continue to improve all of our services that are provided to students with disabilities and their families.
Great, thank you. Trustee Davidson.
Thank you. It's just a funny announcement. Library overdue book notices are coming out. If you're like me and maybe turned one into the public library on accident that belongs to your school library, they have stacks of them. I was able to take a nice stack back to Cornell today. So just go ask, they keep them in bins. And they said, every 3 months, if someone wanted to check in, if you're going to the library, you want to check in for your school site, please do. It's a great way to get our books back to our school sites. And very easy to return library books to the wrong place. I would also like to share that, we've had a lot of recent things happen in our city, and it's one happened to my family and some friends of ours last week on Thursday. We were walking home, and thank goodness we were walking home with 3 moms and 5 kids, because we had the kids stop to play Pokemon Go on some stairs on Marin at a church, and an individual ran out from underneath an overhang yelling very inappropriate and scary things at all of us, and to get the kids out, yelling to get the kids out. Anyways, it was very, very, it was fine for us. We were adults. It was okay. The kids felt safe the whole time. However, my son just said he felt unsafe actually during it, which is what he said. He said he found the gardener who had a shovel. We are moving forward with a prosecution with the Albany Police Department. However, this really brings me to the safety of our students walking in our city. I've noticed that our crossing guard timing is a little bit off at the Marin crossing at Talbot, so I really think that we need to address that. And I would really like to thank Parent Bryce Tanner for taking on the Walking School Bus initiative, and he is putting together sort of the umbrella of all of this, and he and I are working on some of the back end things. And I would really encourage families to check out their school site newsletters for more information on this and try and find that. I think just having other sets of eyes on your kids while they're walking is a great idea. You know, if this had just been a group of kids, I think it would have been a lot more bothersome for them. And so I just wanted to really put that out to everybody that if you need an adult, reach out to your neighbors and see who's walking, and also really reach out to your school site and find out about this walking school bus. Bryce hopes to have it very, very functional and fleshed out with different routes, super organized maps and stops for a full fall launch. So that concludes my report.
Great, thank you. Student board members.
Yeah, so
sorry.
Oh.
I was gonna say that I'm really sorry to hear about that incident, Miss Trustee Davidson. I hope that gets resolved, and yeah, that's just very startling to hear, and I'm very sorry that happened. In terms of what's been going on, like at the different school sites, for Albany High School, there's a couple of different activities occurring right now. Several of those are being led by Allison and I. For example, we just wanted to bring to the board and let everybody know that the student board member search process is currently underway. We held an informational meeting open to all students interested in applying for the student member position earlier today, so right after school. And this Friday, the interest form closes. So if any freshmen, sophomores, or juniors are interested in applying, they should fill out that form, which was sent to their emails by me, Ichitaka Lira.
Yeah, and then to sort of add on to that, we also met with the SAC last week, and our end of the year progress kind of includes breaking into these subcommittees that students got to choose what they wanted to focus on, and they all have varying goals. I know one of the subcommittees has the goal of organizing the JSAC training this upcoming summer, because we're also establishing an SAC at the middle school. And there's another committee that's working on creating another student engagement survey, because last year's was sort of based on online experience, and we wanted to survey the students after a year of being in person, just because we thought that their responses might be a bit different. So we were just curious to see what is different and how students are feeling at the end of this year versus last. Yeah.
And we also have some really awesome performing arts events coming up. So dance is going to be performing this Friday and weekend in their spring show. And then the AHS Theater Ensemble is also putting on a student-directed performance called Rosencrantz and Guildenstern Are Dead this weekend. So please stop by to see those shows, and you can check out the @Albany High Theater Instagram page to get tickets.
And then also the AHS has a blood drive coming up May 5th from 8:30 a.m. to 2:00 p.m. And class presidents should have sent an email out to all of the students. It's a really great way to give back. And I think students that are 16 and up are eligible. Students that are 16 have to have parental permission. But there's also height and weight requirements. And so it would just be great to have students maybe check to see if they're doing that, check to see if they signed up. I think the forms were due earlier, but yeah, that's something that is coming up.
Mm-hmm. And then last but not least at AHS, from what we have right now is that AP testing is happening, and then students should have received AP test information on their personal emails. And then it's also election season at the high school. So whenever you go and visit, you can see tons of students election posters up around campus, and it's really awesome to see everybody get really excited about leadership positions.
Yeah, and then also for Marin, I think the Marin Book Fair is this week, and then Chalk It Up is this Saturday, if I'm not mistaken, on April 30th. And I think they're going to have a read aloud, so that sounds really exciting.
And then at Cornell, there will be an open house on May 12th, and then they're also going to have one final Saturday in the Garden event on May 7th, and then more information can be found about that in the Cornell Chronicle. And then
Oceanview, yeah, I think Oceanview also has an open house in person on May 12th, and I think that's from 7 to 8, but yeah, I could be mistaken.
And then we have the parent education workshop on the 19th of this month. This should be from 7 to 8:30 p.m. on Zoom. The SFSU faculty lecturer, Ivy Chen, is going to be presenting her workshop, How to Communicate About Sexuality with Your Puberty-Aged Child. And this workshop is open to all AUSD parents. You can find the Zoom link in your email.
Yeah, and then Rosetta Lee, a Seattle-based DEI practitioner, will be presenting to the AUSD community about how to help youth navigate conflict and bullying. And this meeting will be on Tuesday, May 3rd, 7 o'clock to 8:30 p.m. on Zoom, and you can find the link to the meeting in your email. And then also, I wanted to acknowledge Albany's Move and Groove. I only saw the very tail end of it, but I thought it was a super cool community event, and I enjoyed some of the music from afar, mountain biking, like coming back from my practice. So that was really cool. I'm glad that was put on, and yeah, it was a interesting thing because I got to see a lot of my friends there, and I don't know. I hope it happens in future years as well. I think that concludes our report.
Great, thank you. There is also the middle school soiree on Thursday, this Thursday, right? From 3 to 6. That is the sort of temporary replacement, I think, for the Coachella Festival. Thank you for all of those events and updates, and especially excited to see the revised student board member selection process going forward. Is really exciting, and look forward to, I think folks know that our student board member Dana, per the revised bylaws, will be continuing with us for another year, so they are selecting an additional, just one additional board member. All right, we now move to public comment on matters that are not on the agenda. And I see some hands already, so I just want to remind folks that if you are here to comment on something that is on our agenda, for example, the resurfacing of our track and field facility, that you can wait until that agenda item comes up. But if you have a comment on something that is not on tonight's agenda, please keep your hand raised, and I will just issue our sort of standard statement that the board is not able to comment on comments that are made during this segment of the meeting. So please know that we hear you, but we're not able to respond, and we will direct staff if necessary to bring things back at a future meeting. So I've stalled long enough to get the timer up. So our first commenter is Lander Performing Arts. You might be muted.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Fabulous. So my name is Ari, and I was born and raised in Albany, California, where I attended Marin Elementary, Albany Middle School, and Albany High School. And I graduated from Albany High School in 2016, and I now reside in Wyoming, where I executive direct a nonprofit and program direct my city parks and recreation department. I am here to speak in opposition to the installation of artificial turf and rubber surfacing for recreational facilities at Albany schools. I would like to begin by sharing some of my personal experiences with the turf field at AMS. For those of you who haven't recreated on that field, it is a uniquely unpleasant experience.
Excuse me, I'm so sorry. Hey,
so this is an item that is on our agenda tonight, so you can come back and comment when we get to that part of the agenda.
That is no problem at all. I'm like kind of dipping in and out, so sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries. So you can put your hand down and then we'll call on you when we get to that item.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, our next commenter is from our Albany Teachers Association, Chris Knight. Go ahead, Chris.
Thanks, and I hope, actually, Sarah, is there going to be public comment on the teacher recruitment and retention item?
Yes.
There will? Okay, I'll save my comments for that.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, next is Jeremiah.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Thank you for letting me participate in public comment. I would just like to say that I heard a student board member talk about Chalk It Up. And that's great because earlier today I was on Solano and I was at the stop sign on the BART tracks, Albany Greenway, excuse me. And all the BART poles that are holding up the BART tracks, they're blank. And halfway up is all gray. And I was so ready to get my own 5-gallon bucket of chalk paint. It's like this paint and it turns it into a chalkboard. And I just envisioned the whole Lonely Greenway, you know, chalk. So my comment was Chalk It Up. I was wondering if we could do that at the schools, is if maybe we could make a wall somewhere that's a chalkboard, and it could be any surface and we could just paint it with this chalkboard paint. And it could be an art wall to where on lunchtime or recess, people could draw with some sidewalk chalk. And maybe there's some organic sidewalk chalk or something. I just thought that might be fun, to where every school has a place to where people can draw on a chalkboard. And also, I want to mention, I think it's great having extra board members. Before you even talked about an extra board member, I was thinking about maybe an 8th grade board member, just to encourage, you know, an 8th grader to maybe be a board member. That way someone's at the middle school. And so for the crossing guards, I was wondering if any, you know, if it's okay for parents or someone to volunteer for the 15 minutes breaks that the crossing guard is off, is if we can get some volunteers to do crossing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, would I be able to respond to the comment, or should I just to like clarify
Yes.
that we're not adding?
You actually are allowed to comment on public comment during this segment because you're a student board member. So yes, if you're willing to clarify what we were discussing, that'd be great.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that we're not adding another member. I'm graduating this year, so we're finding someone to replace me on the board. Yes.
Thank you. I think that was my garbled explanation that it was confusing earlier. All right, go ahead, Kathy.
Oh, good evening again, everybody. Yeah, thanks for letting me speak, because what Trustee Boyd and Trustee Davidson mentioned about police and welcoming community and diversity, it really struck me that we do have a schoolyard to prison pipeline, because I don't think what was mentioned in the proclamation is to commemorate the 80th anniversary of Roosevelt signing EO 9066, which legally imprisoned Japanese Americans. We have a present day EO 9066 where the prison and jail conditions are deplorable, and the police have all the rights in the world. We actually need to be trained. My question to you would be, is it possible to have in place training so that the citizens know their rights? Because just on my own block 2 months ago, you know, cooperative innocent residents were questioned by police because of a phone call over an argument that the parents had. They ended up questioning even the minors until they found enough probable cause to actually haul somebody off to jail. And this is unbelievably cruel and unusual. And these are innocent, cooperative residents that think police are their friends because they visit our schools, they come to our neighborhood meetings, but they still carry guns and they have a right to handcuff and take away our rights. So that's my question to you, is it possible to have training as citizens? Because now we need to know our rights so that this doesn't happen. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. Sorry, Zoom problems. All right, next is Jenny.
Jenny Dorman?
Yes.
Okay, terrific. Thanks, everyone. I'm calling in to talk about libraries, our wonderful libraries in the district. And I have both a Cornell 3rd grader and a middle schooler who's now in 7th grade. And the libraries are a gateway to the school and to all of the things that we hope to accomplish, I think, with education. So my personal experience of the AMS library stemmed from the fact that my daughter has found her home in middle school through the library. She started middle school, if you can imagine, during COVID from home remotely, but one of the clubs that Ms. Perez sponsors proved to be just a wonderful place for her to meet people and get her sea legs in middle school. And I've now volunteered for the library for the past year, and I can say that the AMS library offers that same refuge, that same study center, that same point of connectedness for over 100 students every day. And as I think about, the homework that gets done there, the research that gets done there, and also just the human interaction, the librarian and her assistant, the library tech know every child personally by their reading interests. It's quite incredible to witness just how supported our children are by the libraries. And so I wanted to urge you to support the library tech positions that are critical to the functioning of the libraries. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Great, thank you. All right, seeing no other hands for this. Oh, I do see one more. Go ahead, Kevin.
Sorry, just opportunistically throw in a quick comment if you could put for future consideration, just the topic of the support and funding for the athletic director's office in general, both the AD position and supporting assistant roles. I think over the last 4 years, COVID aggravating the situation, we've had a revolving door in that office, and just making sure that we've got appropriate funding and it's a joint office for both the middle school and the high school, that we have adequate funding and support for that office going into the next year and kind of create a more stable situation would be huge. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, now I'm closing public comment, and we will move to our first staff report for tonight on teacher recruitment and retention, part 2.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah,
President,
go ahead.
Tonight we have a staff report, no action, a staff report, part 2. In the fall, we received part 1. And so tonight, the staff report around teacher recruitment, retention, and HR is done by our very own, our Chief Human Resource Officer, Marina Gonzalez.
Thank you, Dr. Wells, and good evening, everyone. Tonight's teacher recruitment and retention presentation is part 2 of a 3-part series. Part 1 was presented in November, and it was more so our plan for recruitment and retention. Part 2 is intended to share with the board our progress or efforts that we're making. And then later, part 3 will be to present on the outcomes of our efforts. So the first few slides are repeats from the first presentation. So I won't spend a ton of time on them, but we'll just do a quick review. Next slide, please. So here we review the district's goal number 1. Tonight we'll discuss ways in which we're trying to recruit and retain a diverse certificated staff, as well as just a staff in general. Next slide, please. So this is just a review of our student demographics here in the district. And next slide.
I'm sorry, Marina.
Time's up, I guess. And our next slide shows the breakout of our teacher demographics. Just a quick view here. And then if we can move to the next slide, this is the same information in a side-by-side comparison. And you can see here that the biggest disparities are with our Asian population and our 2 or more races. Both have a 16% difference there. Next slide. Again, just a quick review. We saw this last time. This is data that's collected by CDE, which shows that in California, teachers are predominantly white, making up 61% of the teacher population, while Hispanic teachers make up 21%. And if we go to the next slide, right, these percentages are basically flipped, where 55% of the student population is Hispanic and only 21% are white. So what does this mean? It means that hiring a diverse certificated staff that reflects the diversity of our student population is going to be challenging, not just in Albany, but across the state. Next slide. So major challenges faced by school districts. We're hearing about teacher shortages everywhere we turn, right? It's on the news, it's in the paper. We're hearing it from our teacher credentialing programs that there are just less folks that are joining the profession. So we also saw that the diversity of California teacher workforce does not mirror the current student population. But there's another factor. So this piece is new here from our last presentation, and I think that it needs to be noted that in the Bay Area in particular, we have this challenge here where our salaries are, we can take a sampling of other districts in California and even in Portland, Oregon. And I used that one because we're losing teachers to Oregon. That's been my experience anyway. And if you look at our salaries, the first column is column 1, step 1. That means that's a brand new teacher to the profession, right? They've got their bachelor's, they've got a credential, and it's their first year teaching. And our salaries that we're offering are not that different from what other districts are offering. But if we go over to the third column, I went on apartments.com or something and gathered this information. And this is what a 1-bedroom apartment rental is going for. So as you can see, someone making the same salary in Portland is able to afford a 1-bedroom apartment much more easily. And then when we go over to the second column, column 3, step 10, there's a little bit more variance here in the salaries, but again, the same is true, is that it's not far off, and yet the cost of living here in the Bay Area is a lot more expensive. Okay, and I chose these districts here, Portland and Sacramento in particular, because when I hear of our teachers leaving, a lot of them have been going to Sacramento-Davis area or up to Oregon. This is what I'm receiving. And then the other two, Fresno, I just sort of picked that randomly, as well as Stockton, right? To show like, okay, if we have folks who are becoming teachers in these areas, what might incentivize them to relocate out of those areas and come up to the Bay Area to become teachers? And that's a big question mark there for me, right? So next slide, please. Okay, so how are we going to reach our goal, right? And last time when we did this, and we're doing it again, we sort of dissected that goal, right? And the first thing we wanted to do is attract. And last time we said that we were going to advertise with specialized associations, build relationships with partner universities, and encourage classified staff to earn teaching credentials. So we've added Handshake as one of our regular job posting sites. Handshake is a system that is used by many UCs and CSUs as a job posting site. So when we go on there, it's sort of we just have to do it once, and we're able to click all of the CSUs in our area, in the Bay Area, as well as some of the UCs, including Berkeley. So that's part of our regular posting now. Job fairs, we've registered for multiple virtual job fairs. The virtual job fairs do allow us to reach potential applicants from other areas in California. So for instance, the next job fair that I'm attending is hosted by the Tulare County Office of Ed. CSU East Bay Special Ed Program. So this is an exciting one. Together with Dr. Biggs, our Senior Director of Special Education, we're cultivating a relationship with the program coordinator there, Dr. Smetana, and inviting their current program participants to apply for positions with Albany, because we have several special ed positions that we are hiring for. But in addition to that, the program coordinator has offered to come to Albany and meet with our classified staff to encourage them to consider pursuing an ed specialist credential, which is a special education credential. And so our next step there is to schedule a visit from her and to get the word out to our classified staff to come and meet with her. And then along the lines of encouraging classified staff to pursue a credential, we are applying for the California Classified School Employee Teacher Credentialing Program. We've submitted our intent to apply and are working through the application. This grant would provide a classified employee up to $4,800 per year to help with tuition, fees, books, exam costs, etc. We're excited about this, but I should make a small note that the CDE has stated that grant funding priority will be given to those districts who have a higher percentage of unduplicated pupil counts. And so while we don't meet that criteria, we're still gonna, make our best effort to see if we can also receive some of this grant funding that could further encourage our classified staff to pursue credentials. Oh, and one more piece I missed about the CSU program. They are also about to move in the direction of having, like for next year, I think, of having their program offered as a fully online program so that they can make it more accessible to folks who maybe are also have to work, full-time jobs. And so they're able to participate in an online program. So we're excited about that. Other ideas we have for attracting applicants is to attend mock interviews. So some of the credentialing programs will put on these mock interviews to help their participants practice. And so we're looking to attend those as a way to reach out to some of those applicants, right? Let them get to know us and encourage them to apply for positions within our district. And then this one, we sort of just, we sort of tossed it out, referral bonuses, right? So we know that our staff already make efforts to share like job postings with their teacher friends from other districts, but we thought maybe a monetary incentive might cause folks to be a little more aggressive in their recruitment of their teacher friends from other districts. Next slide, please. Okay, so hiring. In part one, we said, okay, some efforts that we'll make is that we're going to look to diversify our interview panels. But since then, and in working with our principals, we came up with additional steps that we can try to, that we can take to try to identify applicants that might add to our diversity. So when someone applies for a teaching position currently, race and ethnicity is not part of the information that we collect. So we discuss, what are other ways that we can intentionally look for clues, such as a college that an applicant attended, their majors, fraternities, or sororities that might indicate an applicant could contribute to our diversity. And then in addition to that, we can research applicants, right? In this day and age of LinkedIn, it's one way to help us put a face to a name. We are committed to making every effort to include staff of color on interview panels. And also a big one is that we will be including parents on interview panels. So this is a new practice. We've never done this before, but we're excited to have parent perspective and voice included in the hiring process. We also want to invite and have diversity of thinking on our panels. Currently, if a site is hiring, say, for a grade level or department, the panel is made up of the principal and that grade level team or that department team. Principals will now be including teachers from other grade levels and or other departments to bring that diversity of thinking to the panel. We've also discussed including pointed racial interview questions, right? To try to get at an applicant's thinking, and also sometimes even to read their body language and how they react to pointed questions, and to also challenge ourselves as a panel to not be afraid to discuss race during the debrief that follows the interview. Next slide, please. Okay. Training. How do we train our staff? So in part one, we said we were going to continue to provide essential educator professional development. So our Ed Services Department has continued providing professional development in anti-racist teaching, social emotional learning, and they're making progress in the implementation of UDL. Other ideas we have for the upcoming year are to provide a mentor coach for all teachers that are new to AUSD. So this is different from our current practice. So currently, the only teachers who get a mentor are teachers going through the new teacher induction program. So this means they're working on graduating from a preliminary credential to a clear credential. And so this is a mentorship program to help them with that process. But what we're proposing is that all new AUSD teachers, whether they're a baby teacher first year or whether they're an experienced teacher, they're just new to AUSD, that they also receive a mentor who helps them navigate their first year with AUSD, to help them learn anything from, AUSD's culture to how to submit a purchase requisition. They'll receive help from the mentor. Full day fundamentals training. So when we're onboarding new teachers, HR provides a full day of fundamentals on things like how to navigate ARIES, how to read an IEP, how to read your paycheck. And we will continue with this practice. But a suggestion that came from our principals was offering additional training, another full day where we can offer a half day of literacy and a half day of FastBridge, or we can offer math, or we can offer training on FastBridge. Maybe you've never used it. This is how you use it. This is how you read the reports, etc. And any other topics that principals or teachers might feel would be beneficial to new teachers. And then finally, we want to start mid-year or maybe trimester check-ins with new teachers to see, how are things going, and welcome feedback from them on what we could be doing differently in the way of training. Next slide. And then finally, retain. So we said retention starts with selecting the right person at the onset. So in going through this process of sort of looking at our practices, we've learned that sites for some time have been operating sort of autonomously. And so we're going through a process, meaning the principals and I, going through a process of developing universal interview questions and a universal rubric for our panels to use during interviews. And this is kind of like the first step in developing a common agreement on what we're looking for in a teacher. Okay, and then finally, reference checks. So, the principals have said, don't skip the reference checks and don't ignore the red flags, right? Sometimes I think in a desperate moment, we might want to do that. And so we're committed to ensuring that we complete reference checks on all of our candidates. And that concludes the presentation.
Great, thank you. So we'll start with board comments or questions. Vice President Duran.
I actually was going to wait for somebody else. I guess I accidentally pushed that button. So, Ms. Gonzalez, could you speak more to once we have, in particular, teachers of color new to our district, are we doing anything in particular in terms of the retention? Because I believe that, it can be an isolating experience depending on which school site you're at. And I'm wondering, if there's been some thought given to really support so that we retain those teachers and they're not with us for a year or two, and then they leave us because they don't feel they're making certain connections.
So one idea that I've encountered has been to form sort of an affinity group of folks from, teachers that might be from that particular group to, come together and to support each other. I didn't add that as a possibility necessarily because admittedly, right, we don't have a lot of diversity in our staff. And so that could be something that we could look to develop, at some point.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. I did talk to the superintendent about him having his own affinity group with new teachers of color, because I think that would make a real connection for them. So I strongly suggest adding the superintendent to this. How are we going to reach our goals of retaining teachers of color on our staffs?
Thank you for the suggestion.
I just want to piggyback on that with a comment. And I know it sounds like you have been thinking about some retention opportunities. I think, hiring the right people who are a good fit is an important first step to retention, but I would love to see some sort of more explicit plans for retention and maybe some of the kind of data that I think has come up in a board meeting before about, what do we do when someone leaves in terms of asking them, what's causing you to leave for all of our teachers. But with this question in mind of, are we creating an environment that's supportive of teachers of color in our different sites? And, the research really demonstrates that particularly in districts like ours, where we have such a predominantly white teaching workforce, that explicit focus on retention is really, really important. So I know this is part 2 of 3 parts, and I don't know what's planned for part 3, but I would really love to see that piece fleshed out, that it's not just about hiring the right people, it's also about supporting them. And, if we need to discuss ways to bring in additional resources or something to facilitate that, I think that's something we can talk about.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Yeah, Trustee Lyra.
I feel like I'm still trying to formulate this question in my head, but what's standing out to me is in terms of the training section of the slideshow, the section dedicated to mentor/coach for all teachers new to AUSD. We kind of mentioned affinity spaces when it comes to teachers of similar identities. I was wondering if a mentor/coach could sort of serve the same purpose as somebody with a similar identity, connecting with a teacher like that.
That's a great suggestion. Thank you.
Trustee Doss.
Yeah, my question is around it was mentioned that there's been a lot of effort to make the panel more diverse, and I was wondering if he could dive into a little bit of the details around what those efforts look like, and how it's been going overall.
So we talked about diversity of thinking. So we're going to be sure to include staff from other departments or other grade levels, right, to just offer a different perspective, and even include our classified staff right? Because they bring a different perspective. So that's one way. A second way is doing our best to include staff of color on our interview panels wherever possible. And I say that because, again, you know, we acknowledge that we don't have, with some groups, we don't have a lot of those folks represented. And so we don't want to have a person feel as if they're the, you know, token Latinx person or token Black person who has to, you know, represent that group every single time, and or burden that person with sitting on all of the interview panels, right? So we want to make every effort but avoid sort of those things. And then we're inviting parents to sit on the panel, and we are we're trying to put together a pool of parents who might be interested in doing this sort of on a as regular as possible basis, and being mindful to invite parents of color to represent parents on the panel.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Yeah, Trustee Lara.
I'm sorry if like this was mentioned earlier, but I don't believe that it was, but I was wondering like if we could at some point include data into like that centers around like the percentage of teachers that we're hiring in a year that are of like a race other than white. I feel like that could be important to hear in terms of like how we're progressing and how that number is hopefully increasing every year.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a great question. And I know we've gotten that, you've sent that data to the board in the past in Friday updates, but I think it would be important to include some versions of that in the part 3. I don't know when I guess that's a question for you. When is part 3?
So I was thinking, you know, maybe at the beginning of the school year to see, because many times we're hiring up to the very start of the year, and sometimes even a week or two after, right? When we have last minute resignations and that sort of thing. So maybe August or early September.
Great, thank you. So while people continue to mull over any other questions, I'm going to go ahead and go to public comment, starting with now Chris Knight, co-president of the Albany Teachers Association.
Thanks. Dear members of the board, one sec, I gotta reshrink my screen. There we go. The profession of teaching has been transformed by this pandemic. The same factors that have made life more difficult for the past 2 years, an increased sense of isolation, anxiety, and loss of social skills, have doubly impacted education. At the same time, the value of good teaching, both social and academic education, is higher than ever, not only for our students, but also for our community and our world. We appreciate the efforts being made by our district leadership at the recruitment and retention of a diverse group of qualified staff in our district. We understand what a difficult task it is and how competitive the environment is for hiring. It really is. But we need to do more. We need better policies in place to recruit qualified new hires and to do more to retain our experienced educators who continue to devote so much of their lives to this calling. Browsing through the main website for job seekers in education, EdJoin, illustrates part of the problem. When a potential employee searches for a position, neighboring districts list their competitive advantages. Fremont boasts of a starting salary of $70,000, which is nearly $20,000 more than what a starting teacher in Albany makes. Castro Valley boasts of their top pay scale of $117,000, $12,000 more than a teacher can possibly earn in Albany. But from just looking at salary information, you wouldn't know that Albany offers something few districts do: fully funded healthcare for a teacher's family, up to the cost of a Kaiser Permanente plan. This is a crucial factor that attracts many teachers to Albany and keeps many of our teachers here. We also offer 17 years of service credit for special education, which means veteran special educators can come to Albany and be fairly paid for their experience. We need to look at our hiring practices to make sure we're leveraging all the networking assets in our community, not only offering the compensation and benefits necessary to recruit and retain the highest quality educators, but bringing broad awareness of the attractive benefits we offer. Only when we do this will we be able to adapt to the reality of this long-term teacher shortage. Teaching is both more difficult and more valuable than ever. Let's continue to improve our hiring practices to reflect this. Sincerely, Chris Knight and Stephen Naif, ATA co-presidents. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And next we have Sarah.
Thank you. Good evening, board. Sarah Haller. I'm a Marin special education teacher, and I've been with the district for about 10 years now. And I really wanted to thank you for bringing this item to the public's awareness. This is such an important topic, as my colleague Chris has said. And I just wanted to bring up a couple of points. I'm not nearly as prepared as Mr. Knight was, but I had a couple of questions about some new to me information, especially regarding the referral bonuses that Marina mentioned for staff that help bring in new teachers to the district. So that's very interesting, and I think a very smart idea, but one that teachers need to be informed of so that we can really capitalize on the creative thinking that idea brings us. I also was pleased to see that there was information provided tonight about grant programs. I think it was this specifically for classified employees who are seeking the ed specialist credential, which is wonderful because as Chris said, there are so many special ed positions that are available in our district for next year. And I know that's historically been an even more difficult area to fill, not just in our district, but across the state and likely across the nation. So it's wonderful to see. I also came across an article tonight about states that have adopted like an apprenticeship program for teaching credentials, and found a really interesting CTC webpage with a lot of information. Perhaps this is the one that was being spoken of, but I'll be glad to share that after the meeting. And lastly, I wanted to just speak to making sure that prospective applicants understand the strong union that we have here with the Albany Teachers Association, and that prospective applicants know that we are a strong union and that we really work for our members, and we work in collaboration with the district to ensure that we are constantly making improvements to working conditions by way of our collective bargaining agreement, and that these working conditions improvements really make Albany a special place and one that stands out from other districts. Thank you for the time.
Great, thank you. Annie J.
Thank you so much for bringing this item on the table. I think it's incredibly important. I just kind of wanted to call in and echo some of the things that Mr. Knight has said about how important it is to recruit and retain high quality teachers. We really can't teach the students if we don't have fully certificated qualified teachers in the classroom. And I want to encourage the board to work hard to fill these positions with teachers who are directly hired to the district as much as possible, and to avoid contracting out to contractors. Because we've seen at the high school how it can be difficult to keep teachers in a position when we're working through a third party to fill that position. And I wanted to suggest just a couple other things that we should look at. That there are a lot of districts who work directly in partnership with schools of education to place student teachers at their school. This isn't something that I've seen at Albany High School, that teachers are encouraged to kind of recruit their own student teachers. And if we can get student teachers in, then we can get full-time teachers in the year after that. And the other thing that I wanted to bring up is the timing of our postings. Albany is notoriously slow to get our numbers out. And so, for example, I have a fabulous student teacher this year who I really believe that we should hire, but we aren't going to know if she has a position until we get the numbers from the DO. And she's already gone to 4 interviews at other schools right now. And I just don't know if we're going to have a position for her or not. So thank you so much.
Great, thank you. And one more from Megan. Go ahead, Megan. You're not muted, but we can't hear you. And I'm going to try moving you into a panelist. It's
Hello.
not just me. Oh, there you go.
Okay, thank
We
you.
heard that. Okay, go ahead.
All right. Hello, my name is Megan Curry. I'm a teacher at Albany and McGregor High School and a candidate for Albany Teachers Association Union President next term. For every teacher you hear speaking tonight, there are dozens more unable to attend this meeting. Unable to speak about hiring concerns because they're too busy grading essays, caring for their own children, or looking for jobs elsewhere. 4 members of my department at the high school are leaving next year for schools with more sustainable workloads or jobs with salaries that allow them more room to breathe in the Bay Area. Or unfortunately, workplaces where it isn't necessary to navigate the harm of entrenched systemic racism. These colleagues, like so many others I've said goodbye to, were absolutely the right candidates for this job, but we didn't do nearly enough to retain them or redress the harm that they suffered under our current system. We also cannot ask even more of our current staff to mentor new colleagues without taking something else off their plates. I implore the board to ensure that all open positions are filled with district employees and not contractors. We teachers who remain need colleagues who are committed stakeholders in Albany. But I also urge the board to sit with the discomfort of this exodus and act upon the reasons why there are so many open positions in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Give another moment in case there's more comment. All right, seeing none, I'll bring this back to the board. I wanted to ask a couple follow-up questions from some of those comments. One was the reference to just the timing of when we're identifying our staffing needs and then posting those positions. Could you just speak to, is that something that we are doing a little bit slower than other districts? How can you describe a little bit that process of when we're identifying staff needs and then posting those?
Sure. So I think what the caller, what Ms. Fishberg was referring to, the way I heard it anyway, was the FTE allocations that we provide, the business office and HR provide to the school site principals. At the high school, they have the same FTE. They're rolling over the same FTE, and that's been known for some time now. But I think what also happens is another piece, which is HR sends out annually something called an intent to return form. And we're asking, what are your plans for next year? Are you coming back? Are you interested in taking a leave? Will you be retiring? Just a list of questions, right, that folks can inform us. And we ask the sooner the better. That way we can start planning for next year. And this year we sent that out in January. And I thought, I'm going to get ahead of this. I'm going to start as early as possible, then people will respond and let me know what their plans are. And that way we can start trying to advertise and fill positions as soon as possible, right? But what I didn't account for were people's, their life events and the timeline that those are on. So I can't just expect that everyone's going to know what they're doing for next year in late January. So just in the last couple of weeks, we received several resignations. And even earlier today, I received a resignation. So the folks' plans for next year don't always fit our timeline. So as we're receiving those incoming information, whether it be a resignation or whether it be a request for leave for next year, then we are advertising at that time.
Okay. So maybe when we do this sort of follow-up for what would be helpful to see more details of in the next version of this, I think better understanding that process and whether we're doing it in a way that is putting us at a disadvantage in terms of the timing of being able to begin recruiting people. And then I guess there was a lot in the public comment that was helpful. I think the other piece, just speaking to Ms. Curry, who I think I know what department she's in the high school, I think speaks to the importance of us, sort of what we were getting at before about, being real about retention and figuring out a way to get some real information about what makes teachers choose to leave. Obviously there can be a lot of different reasons. And even I think speaking to teachers about what is making them stay, why they came to Albany, why they're staying. I think if we really want to sort of break some real ground in beginning to be able to diversify our teaching staff, be a place that is supportive of all our teachers, but especially speaking to the goal of being supportive of a diversifying teaching workforce, that I think it would be helpful for me to hear what we're doing to really get honest feedback from our staff about whether the environment is supportive, and for those staff that are leaving, what's behind that. And I don't know, I don't want to speak to the best way to get that information, but I think that seems to be like a piece that I'm not hearing yet as part of the plan, is how to really get some honest, perhaps anonymous or some other way of getting feedback, maybe from a panel that does exit interviews or something, to really get a sense of what whether we're offering a supportive environment. And partly because it has been so challenging for the district to fill a lot of our positions, which has made us had to rely on contractors. And so every teacher that we lose is a real loss, and represents, a big setback. And then just one more question before Trustee Davidson, the issue of the mentorship and how we provide that, I think that's another piece, that having some concrete details about how we fund that, how we support people to do that without, as I think Ms. Curry said, without adding to the burden of our teachers. So maybe a way to frame that as additional time, or having someone whose job is to help mentor teachers, or some other framework that doesn't just sort of add on to what people are already expected to do. Trustee Davidson.
One quick question is, do we have a consistent time frame for job postings on EdJoin? Do they all go out for the same amount of time?
So the amount of time that we have to advertise, that we're required to advertise, depends on the contract. So with the HA contract, it's 5 working days. So we have to post for at least 5 working days. And many times what we do is we start with just that, 5 working days. And we'll continuously refresh that, right, for another 5 days. Sometimes we do 5 days, then until filled, so that we can leave it open longer. But we prefer to go back to EdJoin and refresh that posting over and over again, so that hopefully it comes to the top, of the list when teachers or applicants are going on and looking for jobs.
Okay. And then I think it would be really helpful, as we're looking at ways to do this, if there are consistent trends for areas that we're losing staff frequently. So let's say there's a specific department where we just are continuously having turnover. We know that our special education positions have been hard to fill. We have a lot of turnover. It might be helpful for
me as a board member to understand that a little bit better so that we can direct our resources there. I know that when I was in the district teaching at Cornell, I joined an amazing team and they brought me right in and I felt engaged and I had that just natural mentorship from the team. And it made the transition so much easier. And I think that was really, really important. And it's a team that has done the same thing with every teacher that's joined their grade level. And that's really, really critical. And I've heard a lot of comments from teachers who call in about working with their department or their grade level and things like that. So I think that if we are finding an area where we have maybe a concern for a lot of turnover, and then we hire great qualified staff that are helping us with our diversity, but then it's just going to turn over and over again, we might not be successful with this. So that would be really helpful to see. And then I'm really all for the mentorship. I don't know yet how, and I don't want to just dump it on you guys, but we can do that without just asking more of our other teachers. But I think that's something that we should continue a discussion about and maybe see some models if other districts or sites have done that and done it successfully.
I should clarify that, and I don't think I said this during the presentation, but what we're thinking is to do the same thing that we do with our new teacher induction mentors, and that is to pay them an annual stipend.
Great, thank you for clarifying that. So we will look forward to part 3, and I guess the last encouragement I would make if you're not doing this already is that this seems like a natural partnership with ATA to get their feedback and see if it's possible, to have some back and forth about some of these ideas, in addition to other mechanisms for understanding teachers' choices about retention or resignation. I think it would be great to see that when we see part 3, what ideas you've been able to get from conversations with ATA.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. So we are continuing to be on time. So we will now move to the first of our review and action items, which is item 13A, Independent Contractor Services Agreement with KYA Services LLC to remove and replace track and turf at Cougar Field. And as part of this, the action item is a resolution number 2021-22-27, authorizing the contract through CMAS with KYA Turf and Track. So I'm not sure who I'm handing this off to.
I'll go ahead and take it. Thank you, Madam Chair, President Hinckley. Next up, as you just mentioned, starting our action item series, 13A, is our track and turf for Cougar Field. For those who are familiar with it, many of our athletes and coaches and staff know that we have been doing partial repairs and to keep it open to the community and our kids and staff. And so now we're long overdue in repairing it. We go through a process to do that. But at this time, before I dive in and start sharing that kind of detailed information, I'm going to turn it over to our CBO, who will introduce our new director of maintenance, who inherited this process. So you guys be kind to him. This is what he inherited, not what he created. But I'm hoping to have a wonderful discourse today with our staff and our community. And then I hope we can move forward with getting our track up to par, something that the community could be proud of, and something that represents who we are, and that is excellence, both in academic and in our extracurricular activities. At this time, I turn it over to our CBO, Jackie Kim.
Good evening, board, and thank you, Superintendent Wares. So this item has a two-part. First part is the approving independent contract services with KAYA Services. And the second part is to approve and pass the resolution to authorize the contract through the California Multiple Awards Schedule, which might be a little unfamiliar with the board, but we have more detailed information coming. And our own Director of MNO, Scott Jeffrey, will take it from here. And we also have vendors presentation coming up, and have attorney from Rosanna Smith is also here this evening to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Wells, Superintendent Wells. Thank you, President Hinckley, the board. You can all hear me okay, right?
Yes.
I'm bringing this agenda item to the board because the current conditions of Cougar Field demand it. And it is the first major action item I'm bringing to the board. I'm really pleased that it's so non-controversial. The existing artificial turf was constructed in 2007, meeting the industry standards of the time, which were tire crumb infill on top of synthetic turf on top of drain rock. There's no shock pad. The tire crumb infill served the purpose of shock absorption. I want to acknowledge at the onset that tire crumb infill has been shown to be environmentally unfriendly and to raise temperatures on fields. We recognize that tire crumb infill is bad. The district will not be using tire crumb infill at any of its sites. There is no need to spend tonight talking about tire crumb infill. Cougar Field receives heavy use by the middle and high schools as well as the community. It is used daily by the middle school as PE space. It is also used for practice and competition by multiple high school teams, including football, soccer, track and field, and ultimate frisbee. It is open to the public mornings and weekends and is rented to local clubs and organizations to provide revenue for the district. And I'll say my office is right next to the field, and I can confirm that there's always activity on that field. I also manage the reservation system. The field is booked all day Saturday and Sunday by outside clubs. An artificial turf can last 8 to 15 years, depending on how often it is used and well maintained. Our field is 15 years old and has not always been well maintained. Crumb rubber migrates from areas of high use, reducing shock absorption. The fibers of the turf break down. Because of its age and condition, Cougar Field has reached the end of its usable life. Shock absorption on a field is measured through a test called GMAX. The test is conducted at 10 different locations on a field, and the scores averaged. Results are scored from 0 to 200, with a lower score being better. 120 is a good score, 160 is borderline, and 200 is considered unsafe and requires closing the field. In 2015, a GMAX test was conducted on Cougar Field. The average score was 170. This is the upper limit of acceptability, according to the Synthetic Turf Council and the NFL. I believe that it was these tests the test results that prompted the initiative to replace the field. Built at the same time, the running track is exhibiting extensive surface wear. This reduces traction and increases the risk of slips and falls, particularly when the track is wet. A track with proper traction is both safer and faster. The track also has suffered from tree root intrusion. This lifts large portions of the track and creates trip hazards. Earlier this year, several of these root bumps were removed and the track repaired. The track replacement we are proposing will include root barriers, which will prevent future damage. Replacement of the track and field was initiated before my time, as Dr. Wells mentioned, and it is my understanding that the district chose to pursue replacing like for several reasons. The heavy use of the field 7 days a week by multiple sports, the reduced risk of injury from impact, and year-round usability. The choice to stay with synthetic turf was endorsed by the athletics department. When it comes to the differences between synthetic turf and natural grass, there are a wide variety of pros and cons, and I'm sure we'll be hearing more from the public about those. So I want to briefly focus on just 4 areas. Safety. I've found that studies on lower extremity injuries, such as ACL tears or ankle sprains, have primarily focused on professional football and professional soccer fields, and are subject to many variables such as conditions of the field, previous injuries, and even footwear. These studies do often show a higher occurrence of this type of injury on synthetic turf. However, similar studies of impact injuries such as concussion indicate lower incidences on properly padded synthetic fields. A 5-year study published in the American Journal of Sports Medicine specific to high school football injuries showed that there was nearly a 3-time greater incidence of concussion, 12.8% versus 4.4%, and a higher rate of ligament tears, 7.2% versus 3.1% on natural grass versus artificial turf. Usability. Artificial turf can be used year-round in any type of weather. Natural turf cannot be used when it is soggy or muddy. It also requires periods of regeneration, which can last a few weeks to a few months. Heat. Natural grass is cool. It acts as a cooling agent for the environment. Artificial turf is hot, increasing the ambient temperature. I will note, however, that organic biofill, which is what we will be using, because of its ability to absorb water and condensation, is significantly cooler than crumb tire infill. And this means that our new field will be cooler than our old field. Cost. There are a lot of factors that influence cost. Suffice it to say, natural turf is less expensive to install and more expensive to maintain at a level that maintains safety for users. On the other hand, synthetic turf is more expensive to install and less expensive to maintain at a level that maintains safety for users. Excuse me. I know there is a lot of concern about the environmental impact and health issues that surround artificial turf. I want to thank the involved and informed parents who have voiced their concerns to me, the superintendent, and the trustees. Your comments have caused us to take a much closer look at the materials and processes we will be using to replace the track and field. Much of this will be addressed in the presentation from Kaya. There is also a lot of information in the board backup document outlining all of the toxins the new materials do not contain, as well as all of the environmental standards that they meet or exceed. Are they 100% safe? I can't say they are. However, I can say that the district takes these concerns seriously, and I am convinced that it is doing all it can to provide the safest materials available for the health and safety of those people using the field and the environment. I also want to remind everyone that even though the materials we are using do meet the requirements of Prop 65, the Safe Drinking Water and Toxic Enforcement Act, there is currently a large bioswale next to the Cougar Field. And this is an area that naturally filters all the stormwater runoff from the field before it enters the waters of the bay. I'll also say that in 2018, the city of Berkeley went through a similar process when it came time for them to replace 2 synthetic fields at the Tom Bates Sports Complex, considered to be the most highly used fields in Northern California. They decided to go with a system very similar to what we are considering, a base pad, synthetic turf, and cork and sand infill. I want to speak briefly now about the CMAS and the process for selecting Kaya as our contractor. CMAS stands for California Multiple Awards Schedule. It is a pre-screening process by which the state sets standard pricing for goods and materials. The State Director of General Services establishes these prices as competitive and then awards the CMAS to vendors who must then adhere to that pricing. School districts are then allowed to contract with these vendors without competitive bidding. This allows school districts to leverage the power of the state to find reliable, competitive vendors without spending months writing an RFP and going to market. The goal being to make sure district dollars are spent as efficiently as possible. And Kaya carries a CMAS with General Services. We found Kaya through referrals when we needed to repair the root bumps in the track. We were impressed with the work that they performed and their customer service. They provide a range of services to schools and have built many athletic fields throughout California. When I joined the district, Kaya had already been invited to write a proposal for our track and field replacement. But just to make sure we were making a good choice, I reached out to several other contractors in this niche market. Two of these vendors were unresponsive despite repeated attempts. A third spent some time with me discussing the scope of work and gave me a rough order of magnitude estimate of nearly $2 million. The district budget is $1.7 million for this project from the state facilities grant. The proposal under consideration from Kaya totals $1.667,733. This includes a contingency fund of about $84,000. Any unused portion of this contingency fund will be returned to the district after completion of the project. So I'm convinced that Kaya's pricing is fair and competitive. When it came to the final design of the field and track, I wanted to make sure that the stakeholders were heard. I engaged the athletic director and coaches in several fact-finding meetings to determine the needs of the project. These findings were submitted to Kaya and incorporated into the design. Some of these design options included colors for end zones and striping, logo size and placement, and solid versus alternating 10-yard intervals. Color zones on the track for staggered starts and lines indicating hurdle placements were also included. For safety reasons, the throwing ring for discus and shot put will be relocated, and to improve the options for non-sport events, 2 new electrical outlets will be added. Draft designs were submitted and reviewed by the athletic director and coaches before a final design was agreed upon. Before I turn this over to Kaya for their presentation, I'll speak a little bit about the timing. Because of the present condition of the field, it is important to complete this work this summer. The sooner we can execute a contract, and the more likely we are to accomplish this goal. Once under contract, Kaya will start scheduling subcontractors and begin the procurement process, which has recently been experiencing extended delays. Ideally, Cougar Field will be closed immediately after commencement, and mobilization will begin on June 6th. This area will be a hard hat construction zone with no access to staff or the public for 7 to 8 weeks. Substantial completion is set as August 1st. Construction access to the field will be through the service road off of Barron Street, minimizing disruption to the middle school. And I recommend that we notify residents of Barron Street that they would expect typical construction noise and dust this summer. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Kevin Koshik, sorry, Kevin, Regional Manager for Kaya Group, to help tell us more about what they are proposing. Kevin, have you been permitted?
I don't think he's been let on. Kevin, Lynn, and David Brown are part of our presentation. All three of them are being waited.
Kevin has the presentation to share, screen share. Can they be promoted?
I see David Brown.
He did text me that they were all on.
And Kevin Schwartz, is that the right?
Kevin Koshik.
Mm-hmm.
President Hinckley, I see him. I'm promoting him now.
Oh, you do? Okay, good.
And yeah, there was no last name. Let's see. Hopefully he'll. 1 second. Okay, David. So I see. still don't see Kevin in the attendees list. There's Lynn.
He just texted that he's there and waiting.
Is he?
I'll
Is
tell him
he
to raise.
listed by his last name or his name, or is it someone else? I see.
Maybe he can raise his hand and we can spot him.
The problem is there are a lot of people with raised hands.
Yeah, we would need to know what name he's under. Maybe
Yeah.
that wouldn't be the phone number. Is he in a different meeting? A parallel universe meeting?
Let's see. There he is. Wait.
Oh, there, I see him.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
It was all the way down at the bottom. There we go. Sorry about that. I think we have everyone now.
Kev, while you're getting set up, if it's okay, I'll just jump right in real quick and just do a quick introduction of who we are as Kaya. My name's Lynn Lees. I'm our communications manager, and Kevin's going to do all the heavy lifting for the most part, along with the rest of our support panel. But in terms of Kaya, who we are, we're a fully licensed, specialized general contractor, focusing on comprehensive facility modernization, safe and healthy classrooms, sports complexes, such as the one for yourselves, sustainable landscapes, and light construction, all supported by project management, design, and maintenance services. So we're kind of a little bit of a niche. We provide a lot of services, as Scott had mentioned earlier, and we're really looking forward to telling you a little bit more about ourselves. So as you can see, we do a lot more than sports complexes, but I know that the football field and the track is mainly what is important to you guys. And so I just wanted to take a second really quickly and show you some of the local projects that we've actually already completed nearby to where you are. Quite a few doing both the track and field, similarly to Albany, as well as piecemeal doing just the multi-purpose sports field itself, as well as a track or two itself. But overall, for the whole state of California, we've actually done over 57 sports complexes in the last about 7 years. And we specifically to the north have done well over 22. So it's a pretty decent array of examples of similar specs and similar setups as to the one that Albany is going to be interested in. And a few more that encompass, especially at Santa Rosa. In that district, they have strategically chosen their main high school sites, and they did full track and field replacement. I believe both of which have that dual alternating that Scott had mentioned earlier in terms of the turf run. Custom coloring as well as branding is always really important, I know, for the athletic facilities, and helping up that retention for those students, keeping that ADA so those athletes can be on the best spec and the best sports situation possible. So without further ado, if Kevin is up and ready, I'm going to hand it over to him. He's going to dive into the nuts and bolts for everyone in terms of the specific spec that Albany is interested in introducing in this project.
Thank you, Lynn. Can everyone hear me okay? Sorry about the technology challenge. Good evening. I'm Kevin Koschik, like Scott said, Regional Manager for Kaya. And thank you, Albany School District and the members of the board for allowing us to present tonight. Before I get into as Lynn said, the nuts and bolts of the system that were selected, I'm going to quickly introduce the team that's with us tonight. I've got Matt Clark with Sport Turf. He's the regional manager of that division. I have David Brown, VP of Brock USA. And then I have Scott Day, who is another regional advisor with the Kaya Group. So again, appreciate you guys' time. We've segmented our presentation into 4 components. Lynn just touched on the Kaya section of it. Myself and Mac will go through the turf system, and then myself and David will touch on the pad as well as the infill, and we'll wrap it up with the track. And lastly, we'll have a shot. We've already seen it, but we'll show a shot of the selected design that the stakeholders have chosen. So what we have here is the turf product itself is manufactured by Sport Turf. The Game Changer 44 is the specific style of turf that's going to be installed. It is a dual fiber, so it's got 2 different fibers, as you'll see. One is a monofilament, one is a slip film. And basically the monofilament, microscopically speaking, is traditionally looks and plays like true grass. And then the slit film is more the iron workhorse of the system. So that fiber actually honeycombs out, tends to secure the infill, eliminates some splash and migration. And what we've learned along the way over generations is the combination of the 2 fibers, you get a exceptional play ability, regardless of what the venue and the sport is. I will, this is basically the performance specification of the turf. I'll turn that over to Mac. He can touch on a couple components here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. I'm gonna mainly talk on this sheet. We're gonna look at what we call the coating type, and that's our silverback. Our own backing we make in-house. We coat all of our own products coming out of Sport Turf and controlled products. Other companies use a third-party coater. We do everything in-house and quality control from start to finish. Our silverback polyurethane backing, it really allows that infill to stay in the product. We have our tough binds are over 15. And wait, if Kevin, can you go to the next slide? Perfect. This is the really the stuff we focus on. All of our third-party testing. We test it in-house at our own location, but we also send everything out to be third-party tested in Chattanooga. So all of this, if you can look at this is tested to every standard and hits every ASTM standard plus. And the biggest thing that I look at in the state of California, we are also in the spec for AUSD and LA Parks and Rec. And those 2 districts are probably the hardest testing districts in the country in terms of who they allow in their spec. And they actually send people to our facility to see the product get manufactured from beginning to end. So we're really tested on every end of this. And in terms of durability, the Game Changer product and our pile height and what we're doing here, there's nothing better on the market. With this field, as Scott mentioned, it has an 8-year warranty. With proper maintenance, it can last a little bit longer than that and go from there. But as I said, all of these testing plus on every single one of our products that we do. So we stand behind everything. We've done about 250 fields in the last 8 to 9 years, and not a single one of those with the Sport Turf brand has failed since this company or since this division was started at Controlled Products. So we take a really high pride in our product and go from there. So.
Thank you, Mac. Appreciate it. Next slide. We want to integrate this because it's important to us on the contractor side of it to take as many precautions as we can when removing the existing turf to make sure it does not end up in a landfill. So we have sources and partners that will come in, basically roll up the turf, transport it to a location and then repurpose it, as you can see, to several different venues: paintball, dog parks, batting cages, equestrian facilities, etc. And we do also have a chain of command process that enables us to identify that where those goods end up residing. The next component of the system is the safety base mat, if you will. So the turf system has three components: has the turf, has the pad, which goes under the turf, and then it has the infill. So this section of the presentation will touch on the pad. I'll turn this over to Dave.
Yes, good evening. Thank you. Yeah, I represent Brock USA. I'm a native Californian, have 4 generations of my family now gone through the California school system. So I have a vested interest in the region and live here in the state. So I've been with Brock for 15 years and been involved in the synthetic turf industry for almost 25 years now. So I have a lot of history. And the reason I'm with Brock is they basically provide 2 elements to the synthetic turf system. One is safety and protecting the player, and the other one is the environment and protecting the planet. So the shock pad itself is manufactured from very specialized material. Specifically, it's an expanded polypropylene polymer. It's unique in many ways, but the most important thing is it's a very clean, inert material that doesn't provide or create any contaminants into the groundwater system or into the playing area. So it's installed underneath the synthetic turf, and it's fully recyclable, category 5 recyclable material. And Brock offers a recovery and recycling program where we'll pick up the material at end of life after its 25-year warranty, and provides excellent GMAX performance, as was stated earlier regarding the field test for impact safety. Our lifetime warranty is below 120 Gs. So as was stated earlier, that's well below what would be a very acceptable safe limit. So the shock pad itself is been proven and used for thousands of fields across the US and around the globe for upwards of almost 14 years now. So then the next component is the infill. Of course, everybody knows about the black rubber infill of the past and some of the problems associated with environmental and heat issues. Our infill, called Brockfill, is made from a recycled or actually a sustainably grown and harvested pine wood material. It's a pine wood particulate. It's very unique, grown in South Georgia here in the United States, and put through a 9-step process to create a very highly controlled particulate of pine wood. It's an absorbent material that will absorb water and retain water to keep the field cool, at least 30 degrees lower than an average synthetic turf field, and even more so on a cooler day. And so this product is also sustainable and recyclable. It's organic, and it's been proven across over 200 fields throughout the United States. Now, both of our products are cradle-to-cradle certified and have proven to pass the stringent tests as far as environmental standards for heavy metals, VOCs, CFC-free, no PAHs. I mean, all the critical elements as far as environmental safety. So both these products, the underlayment shock pad, as well as the organic infill that goes into the turf, are highly engineered specialty products geared around safety and protecting and saving the environment, and also being able to be recycled. So thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Appreciate it. And the last component of this presentation is the track. As you can see here, it's going to be very similar to the existing track that's out there. It's a BSS 200, which is a structural mat with a colored spray on top. So as you can see, the scope of work, we are going to go in and remove the existing track, address the root challenges that exist out there on the east side of the track by way of a root barrier, apply some new asphalt, and then go ahead and install the BSS 200, which will be a mat-based system with a structural spray on top of a impermeable surface. So when it is exposed to precipitation, it will sheet off to the proper drainage. It will not weep through the system and stay persistent. It will exit and follow the slope of the track. Here are a few components that Bynum is proud to identify with their chemistry. They've really become conscientious of sustainability and environmental friendly. So these 5 bullet points touch on some of the materials that are incorporated into this system. It is IAAF certified, the BSS 200. It will be a 13 millimeter track, and it will have all the appropriate as Scott mentioned, the appropriate markings that the stakeholders would like to see, as well as high school regulations. And lastly is the current design that the stakeholders have chosen with all the amenities shown. What you have here is the system we just explained, turf and track. The turf will have colored end zones, as we can see, with the school logo mascot in the middle. The track will be a 2-colored track system. So at the exchange lanes, there will be alternating colors. 1 for design purposes, and 2, it allows for activities and events to be more recognized. And an additional attribute, like Scott mentioned, we are going to take what we refer to the D zones. So it's the sections on the east and west of the field. We are going to go ahead and surface those areas so they become usable. Right now they are half and half. So there's a section where it's got resilient track, but then there's other sections where it's still exposed asphalt. So we're going to add value there and allow for the entire facility to have usage, to where there could be a training area and or warm-up section for the students. And lastly is, thank you slide. So on behalf of Kaya, we appreciate the opportunity to present tonight, and we appreciate the opportunity to work with the district and the stakeholders on this project. So appreciate your time.
Mr. Jaffe, are you ready for me to take over, or?
Yes, I'm following your.
Because I know you have a couple other folks. I don't know if they were here for questions or if they had a presentation.
The other person we have is Junaid Halani, but he's with our legal team, just in case there's questions about the resolution and the CMAS contract. Because it is a slightly different contract than I think is typical. But no, that concludes our presentation.
Okay, great. Then board, now is the time for questions, comments. Yeah, Trustee Doss.
Yeah, I had a couple of questions. My first question is around the actual design. Was that just kind of like an example just to give us something to look at, or was that actually the finished product of what it's going to look like once everything is resurfaced or redone?
So that is the design. The only thing that didn't show on that design is the final location for the throwing ring, the pitch ring for shot put and discus. We still are going to confirm that with the coaches, but that's the final design.
Okay, so I'm a little curious because the colors seem to align a little bit more with the high school versus like the middle school and their athletic teams. Their colors are different, so I was just wondering what the thought process was around that.
Well, as a competition field, it is mainly used for the high school competitions.
Okay, that makes sense. And my other question is, well, not really a question, more of a request. Well, there have been a lot of health concerns, and I know that that was addressed a little bit, but I'm hoping maybe that we could, go in a little bit more detail as to, like some of those, like key concerns, and then, why we shouldn't worry about that, or why it should, shouldn't feel like it's an issue. I guess it'll be more clear once we hear from some of the other people with us, that are going to raise their hand and share those concerns. But I'm hoping that we can, take a deeper dive into that, and just have there been any, issues in the past, or anything that we should know or think about before, voting on this. Thank you.
Kevin, do you want to talk more about the products? What I included in the board package is that the base system is compliant with Prop 65, Safe Drinking Water Toxic Enforcement Act. EPA maximum, it's below EPA maximum contaminant levels. It meets San Francisco Bay Regional Water Quality Control Board environmental screening levels. Meets the California Code of Regulations Title 22, the Office Environmental Health Hazard Advisement soil screening numbers, and the US EPA regional screening levels. Those are some of the ones that I found through my research. I also know that the base contains no chlorofluorocarbons, hydrofluorocarbons, hydrocarbons, volatile organic compounds, or ozone depleting substances. But this is research that I've done on the product on my own. It's certainly not complete. I think that some of our experts that are here with Kaya might also have information about the safety and the toxicity of the products.
I'll jump in, Scott. And what you put in your item for your agenda does touch on the measurables that we also rely on. We as a supplier rely on our manufacturers to go through their stringent protocols. What we do know is amongst the suppliers, we vet them, and our partners are very selective. And at the end of the day, the guidelines that we have to follow are set in place by agencies that administer it. And obviously that criteria is consistently measured. And Dave and Mac, if you want to jump in, you're more than welcome as well.
Yeah, I would just add to that. I mean, like I said, everything we tested ourselves. We have everything third-party tested. And the system you guys are looking at right now is, if not the best, the top 3 systems you're seeing across the country go in the ground. It's as good as anything's going to see anywhere in the country. We're seeing the same system getting installed next door. I live in North Seattle. It's getting installed very similarly up here, and all over the country, like David mentioned. I'd also say we do 50 to 75 fields a year at Sport Turf. Our competitors do 5 to 7 times that. There's a reason for that. We're a quality shop. We're quality over quantity, and we really will back our product every single day. So, we can hit any test you guys want with this product.
I have some quotes from the independent tests that he just mentioned. The turf was tested at ProLab Turf. Sorry?
Sorry. My last.
Did you want to hear more about that?
No, that's fine. Okay. I appreciate that. I was just saying that my last question is around the process for if there's any issues or if something happens with the field, what that process looks like.
Are you saying if something went wrong with the field, non weather related or anything like that? Yeah, there's an 8-year warranty on that product on our end, and David would mention on the infield there's a 10-year warranty, and then a lifetime warranty like you mentioned on the pad.
The lifetime warranty is on what part?
On the pad.
On the pad. Okay.
So that means, Trustee Doss, that means that the pad has a 25-year warranty, and if the turf on top of it wears out and we need to replace the turf, we don't need to replace the pad. So if the turf itself has a 10-year lifespan or a 12-year lifespan and we have to replace it, the pad will maintain its GMAX rating of 120 throughout that entire 25-year lifespan.
You should at least get 2 cycles of turf out of that pad, is basically what that's saying. Does that make sense?
Yep. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Trustee Dana.
Yeah, I'd just like to voice my thanks for Director Jaff. I think that this presentation was super detailed, and I really appreciated all of the extra, I guess, just information around like the service and the timeline and all of that. You actually answered my last question, which was around where I think it was the shot put area was going to be located, but I understand that will be decided later, so I'm not too worried about that. And then I just kind of like to voice the overwhelming student athlete and general student support for this. I know that this will be happening over the summer, and that makes it a lot less impactful to sports throughout the school year. And so I know that student athletes are really vying for this to pass today, because we really want it to be done before the rest of the sports seasons commence next year. And yeah, I think that's all I had to say right now. I might add something a bit later, but yeah, thank you so much for the presentation. It was really thorough, and I look forward to seeing what the rest of the board has to say.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vice President Duran.
I have several questions and a final question at this time for the district as well, but to your company. My understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that your turf, as other turf, contains PFAS or PFASs, and those are forever chemicals that accumulate in the environment and in living organisms. I just wanted to mention, you didn't mention CDC, but there have been recent reviews that outline a host of health effects associated with this PFAS exposure, including cancer, liver damage, decreased fertility, increased risk of asthma, and thyroid disease. Also, EBMUD, that is our local water company, does not allow for artificial turf to have a rebate for any of our neighbors, any of us that are trying to put turf in. We don't get a rebate for that. And the reason why is because of EBMUD's concern for the plastic leaching, the lack of viable recycling options, and the urban heat island effects. So this is my first question to you. Can you please address these specific issues and how your turf is not included or is different than every other turf that has these PFASs?
Yeah, so let me hit on your landscape point first. You're talking about landscape turf, like turfing your front yard, correct? To that second comment.
Well, that's the EBMA, correct. But specifically more in terms of CDC, what they have to say about synthetic turfs in general and the environment.
Is that coming from the University of Washington study, or is that a different study that you're citing?
This is CDC, the Center for, okay, you know who I'm talking about.
Yes, I'm aware of, I'm curious of the study that was done, because there's been a lot of studies on our products over the last 30 years since tall pile synthetic turf was created in 1999. And obviously, like any other industry, we've advanced past a lot of those issues. But like any industry, we have faced issues like this. And I'm not gonna, the problem with PFAS and PFOA, because I've been dealing with this, I've been on the phone for the last 2.5 weeks, talking to a lot of experts in this industry that I don't normally talk to, that do testing on fields and testing for us and a lot of our third-party testers. The problem with the specific tests that these letters and studies are referencing is the contamination rate on these tests are over 80%. So when they test them, you have to be extremely careful when you're testing any product for these two chemicals, PFAO, OA, and PFAS, because they're in a lot more than just synthetic turf. And so when you test them, the testing is fairly inconclusive if you look at a lot of the results. And there hasn't been full-scale testing across the board. It has been in unique areas of the country. And I would say a lot of it draws up to being very inconclusive on that part of it.
My personal response to that is that I'm old enough to remember when the cigarette companies used to say the same thing about their product, that no, the studies were insufficient. No, they were not causing cancer. So this is sort of reminiscent of how at this point, companies like you cannot definitively say that these PFAS are not impacting both the environment and everybody who plays on these kinds of turfs. So that's a major concern that I have. A second question I have is, you mentioned that the ripped out turf does not go to landfills, but it goes to like kids' baseball areas, et cetera. So we're really recycling a problem that's going to end up in other communities. And I know you won't characterize it at that, but it's still, if your product has PFASs in it, then in fact, we're talking about that. Can you, but can you say that none of the pulled out turf is going to end up in landfills?
Kevin, can you jump on that one?
Sure. What we know, great question, is we align ourselves, like I mentioned in the presentations, with partners that we have control of when the material gets removed from a project that we are overseeing and or administering, and it gets removed and transported safely and repurposed. And you'll notice in the posting letter, there is a chief consultant at KALB Recycle with his name and number that you can reach out to as a reference. And he'll add more information as to what the repurposing is. But we are, we and the partner that we align with are supported through the KALB Recycle program.
Okay, I don't want to take up all the time, and there are so many people that want to speak to this. So my last question for now is to the district. I'm wondering why the district did not consider natural turf. Anybody who's been around Albany long enough knows that this is a really green conscious city. It works very diligently to address environmental issues. And so I'm wondering why this is the only option that is being presented to the board. And why was not the natural stuff considered as another option to present to the board?
You know, Trustee Duran, that I asked some of those same questions as we move down this path. As I mentioned, it had already gone in this direction before I came along, but from what I understand, and some of you with longer memories may be able to corroborate this or remember that the field before 2007, when it was a turf field, that was described to me as a really hard area to maintain. It was often just a patch of dirt with a little bit of grass around the edges. That it was not really a good playing field, and that's why the district determined to go to synthetic turf originally in 2007. And I think that since so many fields are seeing this as a good alternative for a field that's used year round as heavily as this field is, grass just didn't seem to be a viable option.
Mr. Jaffe, but since that time, because yeah, I did read what teachers, what the PE teachers in particular have said, and their concerns about prior to 2007. And I'm just wondering though that since that time, hasn't everything been improved? Not only the synthetic turf, but the natural turf, so that today some of those issues can be addressed in a real viable way?
I think that would require a lot more research.
I just wanted to note our interim athletic director is on the call, and raised his hand. So I want to give him the opportunity to maybe, I'm hoping that perhaps he intends to speak somewhat to that. So I'm going to move him up into the panelists and see if he can speak to that question. Go ahead, Mr. Tressler, if you're willing to speak to just the question of the viability of using grass on that field instead of turf.
Sure. Can you guys hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Great, thank you. I'm Bill Tressler. I'm the interim athletic director. Thanks for letting me comment. I think our experience over a lot of years is that a grass field is not only prohibitively expensive to maintain, it would take many months to install. It's also very inefficient in terms of water use. And then once in the late fall or winter, the grass field gets muddied, it begins a process that quickly deteriorates over the winter and often becomes unplayable for practice and competition. So this, this would result in us being unable to serve our football and soccer programs, which means that we're not adequately providing for underserved student population. So that's, I think that's a major drawback in terms of using a grass field or going to that option.
Great, thank you. I'm going to leave you here in case there are more questions that you might be able to help answer. Vice President Duran, did you have another? Was that your last question? You mentioned having a last question.
Yeah, I don't want to take everybody's time. I mean, we'll come around a second time, right, President Hinckley?
I think we'll be here a while. Trustee Davidson, go ahead.
Thank you. So I want to appreciate, Director Jaffe, what you have put into this presentation. I really appreciate everything that you've brought here, and I know that you were thrown into the middle of this, and we've met and had our discussions, and I really feel like there's this like looming elephant that we all know of, that this is setting sort of a precedent in our district of what do we do and where do we stand. And I know in our discussions in the Environmental Action Planning Committee that there was a lot of talk about best practices and best choices. And we've had a lot of discussion around this sort of everywhere in the district. You know, I feel very torn on this one myself personally, because I understand the practical like necessity of a turf field here, but that makes a lot of sense. But I also see and hear these realities of we have young people who are experiencing anxiety because of the climate crisis that we are in, and being, you know, in nature and those things helps them. And every step that we take as adults to show them that we are being thoughtful and considerate about our decisions is another thing that we can do to show and to partner with our youth for a better future. So that's sort of where I stand. And I'm going to just give you the real personal here. If someone could tell me absolutely there's like no plastics in this that are going to be terrible. My dad died in January, and he died after battling 5 different cancers. He was a firefighter. When researching PFAS and these chemicals, I came across the studies that are being released because of the safety equipment that firefighters wear and the chemicals in fire extinguishers and all those things. And those are linked directly to each one of the cancers that he had and he battled. So when I talk about this, this is super personal for me, and I've seen how dangerous these things can be. And we're talking about putting our kids there. So I'm super grateful that we are giving it this time and space for a discussion. I would also like to put in, and I think our community will raise this as well. You know, I think that being rushed in as board members, it feels like the thing we're always doing of there's a deadline, and if we don't say yes today, and if you have these things, you're going to ruin the project and we won't start our sports season in the fall. And I am sorry that our athletes might have a little delay, and some of you might not love my decision here, but I think that we owe it to our community as a whole to at least look at the options and have that discussion around them. And that's all I'll say.
Thank you.
Can I just respond to that?
Yeah.
Thank you, Trustee Davidson, for being so vulnerable with that comment. I think you're right. I don't think anybody here today is going to say that these products are 100% safe. I'm certainly not going to. I think what you mentioned made me think about exposure levels. And in my previous position, I dealt a lot with asbestos. And asbestos was, for a long time, you know, the A word. No one wanted to be around it. No one wanted to talk about it. It was the most dangerous thing in the world. And it is dangerous. But with that and other toxic chemicals, I think exposure levels are sort of the variable that that can make the difference between whether something is toxic or not. And I'm convinced, I'm pretty, the research that I've done, and I have listened intensely to the other side and what they've presented, and I've read everything that they've given us, and I really appreciate that input from those that know so much about PFAS and the problems with plastics. But I'm pretty convinced that it comes down to exposure levels, and that this field would not present extreme health hazards.
Thank you for that response. I also just wanted to ask you to maybe flesh out some of the information that I think you provided us in response to some questions earlier about just the costs of the grass and the resources needed to maintain the two different systems. Because I think there's a set of concerns around health impacts on the kids who are on the field, you know, the community in general, and questions about what different products leave in the environment And then there's the other question of which product is sort of least damaging to the climate in terms of resource use. And we haven't talked about that latter piece quite as much in relation to the grass. And you had presented some information just about the requirement for fertilizer, the requirement for a lot of water. And I wondered if you could summarize a little bit of that sort of pros and cons in relation to that resource impact of grass versus turf.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. I don't. I tried to look into this from a dispassionate point of view, that all things being equal, because grass clearly has advantages. It's a living organism that promotes biodiversity. In our situation at Albany Middle School, I'll talk about the pros and cons, and you guys can decide for yourselves. I think because of the way we use the field, it's not a great option. But some of the considerations for natural turf, one thing that people don't maybe realize or think about is that either way, we would have to take up everything that's there. So either way, we have the haul away of the materials that are there that have to be, as Kevin said, they'll be repurposed, but he didn't mention is first they get cleaned. All of the crumb fill that is in that turf is removed before it's repurposed. And that is what can be recycled. The turf itself is not, it does not go to landfill. It does not get recycled in the traditional sense, but it does get repurposed after it's been cleaned. But you'd have to remove that, and then you'd have to take away all the rock base that was there, which we'll do anyways. And then you're still left with soil that's basically dead. And that soil would most likely have to be exported off the field and down to a depth to be determined. But prior to doing that, we'd have to test it. And we'd have to make sure that it didn't contain any hazardous materials, because you can't just take dirt to a landfill. You have to make sure that it's safe to go to a landfill. And if it's not, then you have to deal with it as if it's hazardous waste. And then you'd have to bring new soil in. You'd have to bring sand and soil and compost and all to build a healthy soil base for the turf. And then one of the big expenses that we would incur is a irrigation system that doesn't currently exist. And what I would recommend in that case, and what I've used in the past, is a smart system. So a lot of people talk about how much water is used on natural turf, and it's true. It takes a lot of water. But as Vice President Duran pointed out, there are advancements in technology that help reduce the amount of water that's needed. So you would need what's called a smart irrigation system, which would actively measure the moisture content in the soil and only apply enough water to is what's needed. So it's actually would be hooked up, would communicate with NOAA and know when storms are coming. It would know how much rain has fallen, and it would control itself to provide the water that's needed. So you would have that controller, you would have valves, you would have irrigation, you would have the emitters, and I estimate that cost, just roughly from my previous experience, to be maybe $250,000 for the irrigation system. You'd also need to install drainage. So the system that Kaya is proposing, the subbase itself is the drainage system. It provides channels and perforations that take the water out to the existing drainage that's already there around the circumference of the field, which hasn't been mentioned, but that's going to be improved as part of the process to make sure that that's running clean and clear. So it has a built-in drainage system, and it also allows water to percolate down to the soil. One of the main objections to artificial turf fields is they sort of seal in the ground below, but this system allows water to percolate also into the ground soil. But with a natural grass system, you would need to put in a more extensive drainage system so that you avoid soft spots and muddy spots. You get what you get is ponding and puddling in a field that's not drained properly. So there would be an expense to include proper drainage onto the field. And then the turf itself, there are, I am told, I've yet to see, I have to say I'm a little skeptical about turf that can withstand the type of use that we put that field through every day, all day long. There are turfs that they're blends that will withstand usage, heavy usage, but typically they will wear in the highest use areas. So like in a soccer field, at the goal posts, at the goal zones where there's a lot of activity, or on the foot when it's football in the center around the 50-yard line. Those areas become compacted, and the grass, it's really just hard for that grass to survive, even with modern modern turf blends. I managed the lawn at the Oakland Museum of California. It was about 1/4 of an acre. And we constantly had to close areas of the lawn to allow it to regrow, regenerate, reseed, and recover from heavy use. And so you would have the cost of the grass. And I just, enveloped that out to between $50,000 and $100,000 for the grass plus installation. And then installation time on a natural field versus artificial field, it would take probably 3 to 4 months. That's maybe a little bit aggressive. It might take longer because once the field is established, it has to set for a good 4 weeks before anybody walks on it, and then probably another couple of weeks or a month before it can really endure any kind of heavy activity. And as the field each year dies back, you have periods when the grass doesn't grow. It just, certain times of the year grass doesn't grow. And as you continue to use that field during those times, you break up the thatch and you have to reseed. And when you reseed, every time you reseed, I touched on this earlier, you have these regeneration periods where you have to close the field. So for me, that means an impact on district revenue because we do rent the field quite a bit, and on playability. And then when it comes to maintenance, artificial turf, you do need to do some maintenance on it. It's not just, install it and see you later, Kevin, and you walk away and it's done. You do have to come back and fluff it periodically. And Kevin can maybe talk a little bit more about the maintenance, but I know that there is maintenance that you want to do to maintain the playability of the surface, the uniform playability of the surface, so that you get the proper ball bounce and traction and the kind of things that Bill's looking for his athletes. You do also need to remove organic material from an artificial turf. You don't want leaves to sit and become mulch on the surface. And then again, Kevin, correct me if I'm wrong, but you do have to replenish the infill maybe every 2 or 3 years, especially this newer infill and this newer kind of turf. It holds the infill better, so you don't have to replace it as often. Maintenance for natural turf, on the other hand, at the museum with a 1/4 acre, what we're talking about here is about 1.3 acres. I employed a half-time person full-time. I had a half-time person that all they did was take care of the lawn, and that included weeding, which has to happen pretty much every day, unless you're using really heavy herbicides, which I know we would not want to do, although there are what people say are safe herbicides. So there's pretty continual weeding. And if you want to look at our softball fields, the current condition of our softball fields, where we do have natural turf, we do not have somebody that maintains that turf on a regular basis. I mean, we have one groundskeeper who puts a few hours a week, each week, on maintaining those fields, and it shows they're full of weeds. The edging needs to be done. So the natural turf on a cougar field would require edging, mowing probably twice a week, weeding every day, and irrigation repair. So you do have to. That system is smart, but it doesn't fix itself. So you do have to do pretty constant irrigation repair, because emitters break with heavy use. You know, folks they get clogged, valves get clogged. So there's irrigation maintenance, and then in terms of regular maintenance, you would have to aerate probably 2 to 3 times a year, maybe more often, but at least 2 or 3 times a year. You aerate, which means you drive a truck over it and pull plugs out of the soil, which allows the water and nutrients to get down through the thatch. You also dethatch about once a year, because the grass grows together and again prevents some water penetration and nutrient penetration. You can use natural fertilizers, but you do need to fertilize it often to keep it green and growing during its growing season. There's controversy about fertilizers, with runoff into the water. Again, we do have that bioswale that helps us filter any runoff from the field, but I think there's, I'd have to do more research about fertilizers to find which are the safest. And then I think that's sort of what I've learned about the difference of maintaining the 2 different kinds of fields. Is that covered, or was there more?
I'm sure there's always more, but that was very helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Just to get some of those pros and cons on the public record. So I'm going to, seeing no other board questions, I'm going to move to public comment, and then we'll come back to the board. We are quite a bit over time on this item already. So when we come back after public comment, I'm going to see if there's, if I can get a sense of where board members are on taking action on this. So if I could get everyone who would like to comment to please raise your hand. And we're going to need to do 1 minute comments for this. To make sure everyone has an opportunity. Okay. Do you mind resetting? Okay, starting with D.
Yes, good evening and thank you. Please hit the button on the pause button on this proposed field. Let California Department of Toxic Substance Control complete its study. It's already underway. The standards you were provided with were to greenwash you into believing that synthetic turf fields are safe. They're all outdated and irrelevant and do not apply to the current state of the science regarding these fields. The man who has tested the most fields in this country is Dr. Graham Peasley. He is the same man who developed the tests for the turnout gear that caused Trustee Davidson's father's cancer. I am happy to put you in touch with Dr. Peasley. He just presented very recently in New England. There have been 50 fields tested, and every one of these fields has PFAS. The industry has admitted this. Brockville has tested positive for PFAS. The Brock Shock Pad has PFAS, and they have never recycled a single pad. Thank you.
Thank you. Jack.
Hi, I'm the Albany High School track and field coach. I guess I'm speaking on behalf of all the students I coach. I was also an athlete back when we had the natural grass turf. It did not hold up well. The sprinklers were always getting broken. It didn't water right. There were divots in the field from the discs going into the mud, and it was hard caked mud in the sun. It was awful to run on, to participate on, and it'd just be an awful step back. Obviously, what we have now is not good at all. I like what they've proposed in terms of the new turf on the field. And with a lot of my athletes, I think they feel the same way. And we need to implement the new track design as soon as possible, because I have a lot of injured athletes and they all kind of support me on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Yvonne.
Hello. Hi, I'm also a track coach at middle school and high school, and one of the cross-country coaches. I'm also on the boosters board, and I also have 2 student athletes. Every one of the kids I coach has been in support of this that I've spoken to, as well as the parents that I've spoken to. I don't want to speak about that because I have already expressed my my concerns, and I have already talked about wanting to get this approved as quickly as possible. I've worked with Scott on this, and I know he's done a lot of work that I agree with. But I did want to talk about our athletes a little bit and say we have amazing athletes that deserve to keep their sports going. So it'd be a disservice to not move forward and give them this new track. Thanks.
Thank you. Kevin.
Thank you very much. I'm Kevin Schwartz. I'm a parent of 2 high school students. Also have volunteered this past year to support the athletics boosters. And so through that, have worked very closely with the variety of sports teams and the coaches. First off, I am super sensitive to the issues raised. I came into this discussion with many of the same concerns about safety and environmental impact and the chemicals. I have family members who've been affected similarly to Trustee Davidson, so I'm super sensitive to the issues raised. My bigger concern, however, is the worst alternative is staying with what we have. There's a window of time to make a move over the summer. I'm very concerned that if we don't make some replacement, we end up with another year of the worst alternative, which is another year of exposure of the current field for our kids. And I think what we've heard tonight is that this is a good, balanced alternative. Thank you.
Thank you. Apologies in advance for the loudness of that alarm. Go ahead, Jeremiah.
Thank you for presenting tonight for this field complex. I was wondering, I noticed on your slideshow, you didn't mention a warranty for the pine fill. It was the only slide you didn't have a warranty on, and I was wondering about that. Yeah, is this? I looked on your website, and I cannot find anything on the 44Z turf you're trying to sell us. Is that a discontinued item? It's nowhere on your website. So I was just wondering, and I'd let you know, City of Albany has a climate action committee, and I was wondering if any of the climate action committee has reviewed any of this. And I was wondering if you could actually come to Albany and, you know, let us feel your binder with the grass. Let us touch and feel your product. So I was wondering why you have to just let it sit for a month. Is that so the chemicals can air out? Thank you.
Thank you. Will.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
I retired last year as an environmental program manager in the California Department of Public Health. I was in the Division of Environmental and Occupational Disease Control. And I can tell you there's a lot of flaws with just relying on the regulated tests. Prop 65 was mentioned. That only has about 100 chemicals on it. The thousands and thousands of chemicals sold in this country legally haven't really been tested. And the other thing that was mentioned, dose makes the poison. I think Mr. Jaffe mentioned that as the basis of toxicology. But that doesn't work when you're talking about endocrine disrupting chemicals like you get in these plastics. You get phthalates along with the perfluoroalkyl substances. They're going to cause issues, and PFAS have been shown to cause learning problems, which you don't want in a school, hyperactivity, ADHD. So please don't do it.
Thank you. And then I have a phone number. Hopefully you know that you're next. Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, great. Yeah, my name is Nancy Okada. I'm a concerned parent and citizen, and I just want to talk about, the medical concerns caused by artificial turf, apart from injuries, which are great because it doesn't allow the natural torque of the legs, to the heat effects that come with the turf heating up, as well as just the heat island effects on everybody, and the off-gassing from the turf, as well as the turf burn that kids get. And when they get that turf burn, it's like sliding on paper, little paper cuts. And then what happens is this thing called MRSA gets in. And if you don't know what MRSA is, it's a staphylococcus resistant to antibiotics. And so that can kill you, and they can't treat it. And that, as well as...
Thank you.
And please don't do it. Thank you.
Anish.
Oh, okay. Hi, I'm Anish. I'm a current junior at Albany High. I'm the current class president, and I will be ASB vice. For me, sports has always been my main escape from school, and like the anxieties and stress that comes from school. And I'm not alone in this, right? All our student athletes feel the same. I hear our football team all the time, like yell in the hallways about their upcoming game and their excitement that they feel that their game's coming up. So you really are denying our athletes the opportunity to compete and enjoy their sport, which is vital to students' mental health. Going back to the grass, right? Our open softball field is never maintained. I've had to use it in the winter, and there's like inches of dead grass, which is really dangerous when playing a sport. The last comment was about turf burns, and personally, I've been playing sports for like 13 years, and I've never had a problem with it, despite playing competitively for so long. I just want to say that we should keep our athletes' opinions in mind and make our decision. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Mary Lou. Marie Lou.
I guess that's me. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Great. I want to start just by saying that I appreciate our Director of Maintenance and Operations talking extensively about the grass at the Oakland Museum, but this has nothing to do with the newest grasses you could install at a sports field. I want to say quickly that I did some research about the company that installed the previous grass, the first artificial turf at Cougar Field in 2008, and they had the most preposterous environmental claims. And 15 years later, we have an environmental disaster at Cougar Field. And this company has been shown to be linked to multiple scandals and lawsuits. And yet we're ready to replace this rundown field by another artificial turf, which is claimed to be plastic food grade, and even though it contains PFAS. So I really ask you to do some independent research, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Erica.
Hi, my name is Erica. I have 2 athletes from Albany Unified. I'm also been on the Albany Boosters board as well as the Albany Little League board. I want to say that we're coming out of a pandemic where we've denied our kids access to sports seasons, and I have seen single-handedly the effect that that caused on my children not being able to participate. There is the number one problem in Albany is the lack of field space. There is no alternative place to go to if Cougar Field is ever closed down. We can't have that downtime. That field is used from sun up to sundown. What? Oh, sorry. And I know how the softball and the baseball fields are maintained in Albany. It's done by parent volunteers. It's not funded by the district. You guys don't have the budget to maintain a grass field. And it is crucial that we provide, athletic opportunities for all of our kids in Albany Unified.
Thank you. Cynthia.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Good evening. My name is Cynthia Fan. I'm speaking tonight to request you convert Cougar Field back to natural grass. The fact that AUSD and other districts have struggled to keep natural grass fields adequately available and in safe condition does not mean it's infeasible to do so. I suspect most do not really want plastic turf for the risks entailed if natural grass can be a feasible, cost-effective option. So what you need is the expertise to assure your natural grass is feasible. Turfgrass science, turfgrass cultivars, and turfgrass management have all evolved. There are experts specialized in sports field turfgrass management called certified sports field managers, and some are employed on the staff of school districts and towns or work as consultants for them. Please get one to evaluate the feasibility of successfully managing natural grass at Cougar Field using modern cultivars and modern best management practices. If after doing the feasibility study you opt for artificial turf, please require before purchase proof that it passes the PFAS tests advised by those performing active PFAS research. Thank you.
Thank you. Elizabeth. You might be muted.
Yeah. Hello. So yeah, I'm just wondering how we could justify to your students to make such an important decision tonight when clearly there are still many questions. People are not things people are not comfortable with, including some of the trustees, I believe, and something that kind of brings such passion, intensity in the community. And I think it will also kind of be good for the transparency of the process of your process. And think of your students. Take more time, please.
Thank you. Dan.
Hello, I'm Dan Johnson. I'm an Albany parent. I'm calling in to say that we need more living nature, just period. We can't be doing these plastic things anymore. Like, this is a repeat of what we did in 2007. And back then, the shredded tires that were used met all the environmental standards. They're recycled. But now, in the interim time, we've known that they kill fish and they impact human health. And Mr. Jaffe just described the toxic waste site that the field has become. This looks exactly to me like falling into the same trap again. I think it's misreading the community with everything that we know now. We really need to be restoring the earth for our children. And like, I grew up, I ran track cross country on a dirt track and a grass field, and we had a great time. We had champion athletes. It didn't deny us access to sport. We had integrity because we were good athletes. Thank you.
Thank you. Leanne.
Hi, yeah, I just wanted to reiterate some of the points in that. I would definitely suggest you contact Dr. Graham Peasley. I think he would greatly dispute this 80% contamination rate when it comes to PFAS testing. Also, with regards to the lead, I know it meets the minimum of the 50 parts per million, but the CDC actually says no level of lead is safe. And I know that there are turf systems out there that have no lead as well. In terms of the PFAS, they have been found in artificial turf, and 3 of the PFAS that were found in artificial turf have been added to the Prop 65 list within the last 4 months. And then in terms of microplastics, which is the big elephant in the room, artificial turf shed microplastics. We can't see them. They're inhaled. They've been found in blood and lungs for the first time in the last month. Warranties generally only guarantee 50% blade loss over the lifetime. So that's 50% of the blades that go everywhere and into people and into the environment.
Thank you. Lisa.
Hi, I'm a parent of 6th and 4th graders in the Albany schools. I support additional study of replacing Cougar Field with the option of natural grass. As I understand, this is the first time the board is seeing the specifications and the design, and to replace like for like now without proper study or discussion would just be rushing the process. This is a long-term investment. We need to be looking at life cycle costs of multiple options, as well as resource comparisons, in order to make a responsible decision. Our kids deserve to have an outdoor facility that is proven to be safe and enhances their wellness without PFAs or other chemicals that have not been adequately tested. Albany Unified plays a major role as the largest landowner in our city in protecting our local environment from waste and pollution. We need to increase our carbon capture. We need to provide more permeable surfaces that recharge our ground soil and water systems. So please consider taking more time with this decision.
Thank you. Nicola.
Hi, thanks. Mr. Jaffe, I heard you mention the importance of safety, and I just want to state that the synthetic turf industry recommends GMAX testing at a minimum of annually, and I have yet to find a school district or a city that has done that. We see with Cougar Field, the last testing was in 2015 and it barely passed. Trustee Doss, thanks for asking about the health safety. We're hearing a lot about PFAS, which are endocrine disruptors. I work as a cancer genetic counselor at UCSF, specializing in pediatric cancer. And so I'm frequently evaluating environmental exposures that could explain disease. Let's look at the past. Let's specifically look at lead paint. This was added to make the paint dry faster and increase durability. We're hearing the same thing about durability from the turf industry. The harms of lead paint were first reported in 1908, but not outlawed until 78. That's 70 years later. Same thing with asbestos. Reported disease as early as 1935, but not outlawed until 54 years later. I believe artificial turf is the same, is going to be our asbestos and lead.
Bart. You might.
Right. Hello.
There you go.
All right. Well, hello, everyone. Thank you. I'm Bart Ariano. I'm the president of the Boosters. I'm also the parent of 2 sons at Albany High School. I've also been a coach in local community soccer clubs for the past 10 years and also coached the varsity soccer team currently at AMS. So I just wanted to really speak from the perspective of the athletes and the coaches. During the normal year, the use in these fields is soccer, football, ultimate track, cross country, and others. The average use in the Tom Bates grass fields, and those are closed. You'll see more signs closed than not, plus the amount of injury has always been very upsetting. So I'm touching on this really quickly because the timer's going down. But the most important thing is just personal experience with the grass fields. We will see closed signs and use down far greater. And time has been mentioned a lot. If you're a senior athlete, you will not have time if we lose another season. For some athletes, this is their window to really enjoy and play on a field they're proud of and represent Albany High. So I firmly stand behind it. Thank you.
Thank you. C. C. Elliott. You might be muted.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Yeah. So my name is Elliot Chang. I'm also a student athlete. I'm a senior at Albany High. This is my last year. And also echoing what all the student athletes have been saying, hey, we don't think, we really want to pass this measure now. We do not think that grass is a feasible alternative. And yes, we've been hearing about PFAS, carcinogens, but frankly, grass is just, frankly, I've had no issues with the MRSA infection, and also it's not like we're dealing with an amateur company as well. Kaya has been doing multiple jobs like this in the past, and so they know what we're doing. And also, if our field is found to be chemically unsafe, then we can just close it. If it's kept open in the fall and this plan is postponed, then we would just close it. So either way, in the worst case scenario of both cases, the same thing would happen. So why not just risk with a company that has experience. And from what they presented, it seems like it's a viable alternative that actually meets our budget.
Thank you. Thank you. Peter. You might be on mute. You're not muted, but we're not hearing you. Try one other thing. Oh, I think we lost. All right, we'll see if Peter comes back. Next is Stephanie.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so what I wanted to say is I want to show you the example of Irvine Unified School District. They have a grass sports field shared with the community. It's intensely used all year long, 7 days a week by kids, soccer teams, lacrosse teams. They water it once a week in general, twice a week in the summer, and it's Irvine, so they have hotter days than ours. They worked with Osborne Organics as a consultant, and you can find, we shared with you a video of this field that shows how it is, how it works. I really don't understand why tonight we have manufacturers of plastic turf in the discussion and no grass field experts so we can get a fair comparison. I don't think you have the data, enough information to make an informed decision tonight, and so please delay the decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Hyunka.
Hello?
Yep, we can hear you.
Hi, I'm a longtime parent volunteer in athletics, and I've also helped as an assistant in the AD's office recently. Student athletes' mental health and school engagement are good reasons why it would be difficult to delay or take an extended timeline in experimenting with a grass field. We're just coming off the most difficult of times where student rates of depression and non-engagement are higher than they've ever been. Participating in sports has been a lifesaver for many of these kids and as parents. We need a turf field that can be used in any weather, be it drought or rain, and can withstand extreme heavy use. Cougar Field is the hardest used surface in the school district with daily PE classes, school sports, and many youth organizations that rely on the field for games and practices. We need to have this field ready, safe, and reliably available as soon as we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie.
I already spoke, but I'm happy to speak.
Oh, sorry. I went to the wrong person. Peter is back up on the, sorry, you guys.
Yes.
There's a lot of Zoom management for me. Go ahead, Peter.
You can hear me? Great, thank you. I'm the parent of an Albany High School junior and an Albany Middle School 7th grader, both of whom run track and cross country. And I just want to pose a question to the board of considering the environment around the track. We are 1 mile or less away from Interstate 80. And I think we should all ask ourselves what the harms are from this potential turf versus the harms that are actually imposed by the highway, the burning of fossil fuels, and the volatile organic compounds that are actually contributed from the highway versus what the turf is actually contributing. The other question I would like to pose to the board is what would the alternative be if we were to take away this surface, including the turf and track? As many others have said, athletics was a vital lifeline for our student athletes during COVID and continues to be the same today and in the future. And then lastly, I just want to remind everyone that we may lose the funding for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Nick.
Thank you very much. I'm Nick Pilch. I'm the conservation chair of the Northern Alameda County group of the Sierra Club, who has sent in a letter in opposition to this project. and I won't repeat the letter there, but I'm going to switch over to my personal comments. I don't envy the board their decision tonight. It is far cheaper to have the synthetic field, but the price you will pay cannot be quantified very readily, but it will be high and that price will be paid. These chemicals are produced by fossil fuel. Plastic is produced by fossil fuels, and plastic is killing our planet. Plastic is killing our planet. I implore you to consider all alternatives before you do this, although I understand that your decision is very difficult. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Jeannie.
Hi, my name is Jeannie Polovich, and I'm a parent of 2 Albany students. I would like to say that I believe that we should move forward with this proposal. I can't imagine going back 15 years and having grass all over again. Not having the option for the kids to play year-round sports seems pretty ridiculous. Having all of the weather that we've had with rain, having it shut down the fields, that would impact the soccer, football, flag football, track, cross country, the PE for both the middle school and the high school. Having sports is such an important part for kids' mental health. And unfortunately, with the pandemic the past 2 years, so many kids have missed out on being able to play sports. I can't imagine having this not pass and our kids not being able to play sports in the fall. It just seems ridiculous that we would go back. I don't know any school districts, any high schools or colleges that are putting in grass fields, especially during a drought. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Spencer.
Hi, thank you. I just want to give my support for moving this along and putting in the turf field. I was born and raised in Albany. I was a student athlete myself, graduated in '97. I played football on that field, and that thing was harder than concrete. There's very little grass on it. I think the reality is that there's no budget. We cannot afford to maintain a grass field the way it needs to be maintained for it to be viable. With the amount of traffic that this football or the Cougar field gets, it's not just the school sports, it's the other community sports that also take place on that field. There is just constant traffic. Grass will not be able to hold up, and we've seen that in the past when it used to be grass. If we had multiple field spaces, if we could support grass with multiple fields, where we could give grass an opportunity to do its thing throughout the year and have an opportunity to regrow, that would be awesome. We would all love grass. I think that would be great. That's not the reality here. We need to get this turf field in. It has to pass. We have to get this done. No, that's it.
Thank you. All right. Good. A breather there. So what I'd like to do is have each of the board members, including our student board members, just give me a sense of where you're at, whether you're ready to move forward with a decision one way or the other. It's fine if you want to make a short comment, but it is 10:53. So we were supposed to be done with this item over an hour ago. So that's my intention when I take it back to the board, but now I see 2 additional staff hands. So I'll let you guys respond first and then try to take a poll of the board. Starting with you, Director Jaffe.
Yeah, I'll be brief. I found all those comments really compelling, and it is a very difficult decision. I want to make sure there's one piece of information that it is on the table that I don't think I made clear enough earlier, and because one caller brought up the GMAX test, and I'm pretty convinced that if we did a GMAX test today, that the field would fail, and if a field rate's over 200, it just gets closed down. So we're looking at while we make this decision, possibly losing the field for an indeterminate amount of time.
Thank you. And CBO Kim.
Thank you. So thank you, Director Jeffrey. That's one thing that I wanted to make a point. And the second is the board allocate the budget for our facility needs from the $10 million we received from the state. And this is allocated for 1.7 million. So if we are not moving forward with the decision, then there's going to be another budget decision that the board will have to make, meaning that we will have to reduce in other areas that we are planning to spend. The examples are marine elementary construction, Cornell HVAC, and Cornell playground and outdoor space design. So there is a budget implication along with this project. And also third, we are going through this process. I actually really wanted to see who are our users. Who are we really doing this for, right? Like our students, our main majorities are our high school students who are the users, and the coaches who are really using the field and track. So I just wanted to really think about like everything is very important what we have heard this evening, but who are we doing this for really? Like for our student who needs this track and field, and as they spoke tonight. With the coaches along. So I just want us to remind ourselves who are the users.
Could you just clarify the second point you made about the budget, that if we didn't approve this tonight, you're saying we would have to spend this money on something else? Or could you just summarize what happens to the project if we don't vote on this, if
Sure.
the contracts weren't approved tonight?
Sure.
I didn't understand what you meant.
Sure. So if you can see maybe my facility needs presentation we had that the board approved. So this is the 10 million we have allocated or we received.
We're not seeing it yet. I'm not seeing it yet. Is anyone seeing it?
Oh, I think my I think my computer froze. So let me just turn off my camera and I will reshare. Are you able to see the screen?
No. Maybe you could just, what I thought you were saying is if we didn't approve this, that we would have to take funding from somewhere else. But I didn't understand why that would be.
Because
no, I'm afraid your audio is breaking up.
Sorry. Okay, so turf is really the practical choice that district can afford at this point with the budget has been allocated. So out of this 10 million budget that we have received from the state, 1.7 million is allocated for the Cougar Field. So if we are now moving forward with the turf, which is if we move forward with other choice, which is maybe real grass, that has a different budget, right? A lot of more money for maintenance. So then we will have to reduce in other areas for the budget.
Okay, so you're saying if we ended up going with a more expensive alternative,
that is correct.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Davidson. Well, wait. Yeah. So, do you have a question, or is this the?
No, it's a question to follow.
Okay,
it's a question to follow up on that because, so, my understanding is this was a federal facilities grant that we got. If we hadn't said yes to Cougar Field, we would have to be replacing this field no matter what, but we would be having a different discussion that would be, where else are we cutting from? So I feel, I guess I'm confused because now it sounds like if we don't just approve this tonight, or we say maybe we need, a little more time to do a feasibility study, we're not going to lose this funding for this, right?
No, we are not. We don't. We have
my second question is, we won't lose this contract either if we say we need a little bit more time to do this other feasibility study so we can make an informed decision. Will we lose this contract if we just don't approve it tonight, or can we just delay it? Because we got this a while ago.
The board has the authority to delay it, but it's also staff responsibility to highlight that impact of delaying it and how that would impact over 1,000 students and a number of coaches, and probably shut down some sports for the fall that we'll be hearing about from our community. And so that would be part of the impact. And I think to ignore that would not be looking at realistically the impact of this and the timeliness of that. So the board can delay it. And I think when you do that, in terms of being informed, it's important that the board is informed of the impact of that as well.
Oh, okay, just my last question on this. So if it gets approved today, they still have they have a month and a half before we would start any work. So if we brought this back at the next board meeting with a little bit more information in the interim, would that still not be enough time to have the same start date?
It can jeopardize the start date. Any delay is a delay and has an obvious impact. And business is business, and the company is not guaranteed to be around. They may get another contract, and then it's even further delayed because this is a business. Folks don't wait around for folks who don't have the green light, and so the impact is big either way. And I'm sharing that because I think people need to understand that.
When did we get this contract, and was this start date set on that contract at that time? Or I feel like this is one of those moves of we're being pushed to say absolutely yes right now, but I also feel like this contract was dated a couple months ago, contingent on us saying yes or no tonight. So is there a contingency plan built in if we had any decision other than yes to still get this done because we know it needs to be done?
I think the alternative plan is to shut down Cougar Field if there's no green light and we just don't have access to that field and no use for it until we figure out what we're going to do for the kids in the community and that field. That would be the contingency program. And I think we need to have that kind of real talk because people need to know the reality and the impact of moving forward and not moving forward. But in terms of the other questions and the contract, when we signed it, what date and time and all of that, I don't know. I have to turn that over to Director Jaffe for that one.
So I just want to express what I think partly what Trustee Davidson is getting at, which is frustration that the board, this is a hard enough decision to make, with months of time to deliberate, right, and get information and research. What's particularly difficult is feeling that we are put in a position where the only option we're given is you either derail the athletics program or you approve something that you've had for 72 hours in front of you. And that's not a position any board wants to be in. And, as we go around, folks can comment on how much that's driving whatever decision they're willing to make tonight. But I think that needs to be separated somewhat from the decision in front of us itself. That, this has been a continued frustration that folks have expressed, that many times the biggest decisions are brought to us when we're told, you're either jeopardizing all of these kids' futures or not. And that's just not a fair position to put the board in. And we have to figure out a better way to get these decisions, front loaded. And, I think Director Jaffe has done an absolutely heroic job of trying to catch up with this process that started. The board only found out that the track was failing when parents emailed us, and we've talked about how that was, that's not great, right? So there's some issues of process that I don't want to get lost. But it just feels, I think it's very difficult for board members to feel like they're being forced into a corner to make a decision that's already quite difficult. I know this is a great group of 5 people who are doing our best to make a really difficult decision, even in those circumstances. So I want to, just reflect what I think folks are expressing with some of these questions around timeline, and that we have to figure out a way to not have this be a repeating pattern. But with that, I do want to begin to get a sense of whether the board is ready to make some kind of decision so that we can then discuss, if we need to, hypothetical next steps. Vice President Duran, do you want to be the first one to weigh in, or did you want to ask another question?
Sure. No, I'll go ahead and weigh in. I just have to second all that you've said, President Hinckley. The board has found themselves in this position over and over again, and it's a totally uncomfortable one, because I think it seems like it's pitting us or against students and parents who want to see a new field, a safe and a healthy field for the athletes, and of course we're for that too. But there's been some issues that have been raised that we have not had an opportunity to discuss adequately. And as one parent pointed out, we're getting half the picture because there are no other options open to us. And I don't think it's fair. And certainly given that this is such a monumental decision, because it impacts our whole community, beyond our school community here in Albany as well. And so what I would like to say is that I would like to postpone the decision either 2 weeks or a month, to give the board and the community an opportunity to hear from experts. And it looks like we have 2 sides. Well, we could have experts from both sides weigh in, and we just need, actually, we heard the company tonight, and I think we have not heard from the health experts that would weigh in on natural grass. So I would like to, my vote would be to postpone this for up to a month. So we would have an opportunity to hear the points of view that have not been adequately addressed tonight.
So I'm happy to go next if others want to keep thinking. So I have to say I would be willing to support this tonight. I don't, I've done as much research as I could figure out how to do. I definitely see both sides. I think that aside from the process frustrations, I do believe that natural grass is just not a feasible alternative, that athletics is incredibly important for the mental health of our students, and that as someone who's sat on the Environmental Action Planning Committee, we make decisions in the district all the time to use resources that are, less sustainable than we would like. The city is constantly paving roads. We are next to highways. People are using plastics and other materials in a lot of our decisions that we make as a district and a city. And personally, I'm not willing to sacrifice what I think is an incredibly valuable and important resource for our students in this instance. And it's very difficult for me to say that because I really empathize with the concerns about health and environment. And I have athletes that play on that field. I wonder about AstroTurf. I have for a long time, but seeing the differences that are made, that many of the letters we got, including the one from the Sierra Club, are talking about the tire rubber, the crumb rubber, which we're not using. So a lot of sifting through some of these materials. None of these decisions is without risk. And I think it's it's easy to articulate a principle where we never do anything that's potentially risky when you're not also responsible for the well-being and mental health and lives of students that have programs that they want to participate in and that are important to them. So it's a very difficult decision for me. And, you know, I am very frustrated by the process that got us here, but I would be willing to support a motion to move this forward. Trustee Dana.
Yeah, I just like to second everything that you just said. Sometime earlier, I think in this discussion, someone talked about anxiety around, or anxiety that students might have around environmental issues and stuff. And although that I find that could be the case, I think I know that students would have more anxiety on whether grass would be like, I don't know, grown for them on their game day, like the big game that they really cared about. Like, I feel like they'd have more anxiety around something that they care so much more passionately about, especially knowing that sports are like really huge parts of a lot of our students' lives and a large majority of our students' lives. And this field is also going to be used for PE. Like, I don't know what PE teachers would do. And just in general, I know the impacts of COVID-19, there was a lot of anxiety without sports. And so just, I think to bring up like the anxiety point, like I know that that's been said a lot tonight, but I'd just like to really hit home that taking away sports is something that I feel like students are more anxious about than the possible exposure to like microplastics, or I'm not really familiar with PFAS, but I just, or PFAs, but like, I just generally feel like anxiety is more centered around sports and less around environmental issues and in that sort of realm, speaking from the student's opinion. And then there's so many points that I have, but there's something that stood out to me that Vice President Duron said, where she said that this was a monumental decision, and I wholeheartedly agree. I think that it's a monumental decision that can have many monumental effects. I had a student like just message me saying, several of us are trying to get recruited for college scholarships, and if we can't get this done, that directly affects our future and potential opportunities. And I think that given how directly it can affect students' futures and lives, this is really something that is, I mean, in my mind, non-negotiable. I think we really have to say yes to this one. That's my spiel.
Trustee Lyra.
Awesome, that was extremely well said, and like I completely agree with all the points that you made, and same for Trustee Hinckley. I mean, President Hinckley. I feel like just for the sake of time, I would just like to state that I do feel like strongly in support of this. Like I totally see that like student athletes are definitely struggling during the pandemic, during quarantine, with the lack of access to sports, and so I understand that this is a decision that needs to be made now, and I stand with the student athletes and in support of using this turf.
All right, we have 3 board members still to weigh in. Yeah, Trustee Boyd.
So not to repeat what has been said, though definitely to echo the frustration and concern about feeling like we're kind of up against a wall and have no time to fully deliberate without, potentially making having a detrimental impact on students who need to use the field. I did have a couple, so I feel like I think ideally for me would be to push this to 2 weeks from now to have hopefully some more time to get a little more information and perhaps to have a natural turf expert be able to weigh in so that it's a more balanced conversation, but hopefully not to jeopardize. And I understand that there's no guarantee. I heard Dr. Wells' point on that, but hopefully not to jeopardize the potential to move forward if we are going to be moving forward in a way that would not have a negative impact on the student's ability to use the field at the beginning of the school year or in the kind of summer leading up to it. And just a couple of the questions that I wanted to ask, which I'm not sure if can be answered right now or not, but just some of the people who were speaking, I feel like referenced potentially turf that either is, passes PFA tests or does not have lead. Like I would like to know, I remember hearing in the presentation that, we're kind of getting the best of the best here, but I would like to know if there are alternative turf options that are safer from a chemical standpoint. And also I appreciated one of the other people who commented, who talked about, for example, a natural grass field in Irvine. I would like to be able to understand if there has been any sort of a comparison looking at potentially other options. Maybe there's not as much rain there. Maybe it's not used in the same way. There could be all sorts of reasons why that particular place is not a good example. And maybe there are no good examples of where natural grass would be able to work with our rain, with our need for usage, et cetera. But it would just be nice to have those comparisons if possible.
Sorry, my cat is climbing all over my keyboard. All right, so Trustee Davidson.
I'm going to just go ahead and second everything that Trustee Boyd just said, and that's my position as well.
And Trustee Das. We're not hearing you.
Hello?
Yep.
Oh.
Now we can hear you.
I worry a little bit that this has happened pretty often. And what usually happens is, we say, hey, putting us up against the wall makes things really difficult. But then we end up, kind of voting for it anyway. And I feel as if we continue doing that, then it will just continue to happen. Because, for lack of a better way of putting it, it works. This is the last minute. This is what we got to do. There's no other option. So you got to vote for it. And then we vote for it. So it works. So it's probably just going to continue to happen. With that being said, I don't know which way I'm leaning towards, actually. So I'm still thinking.
Okay. Well, the time for decision is now. So Director Jaffe.
Hi, thanks. Just one last comment, or at least one response to Trustee Boyd about lead. I do have a report from the U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission. For what it's worth, it concludes that young children are not at risk from exposure to lead, that there is no lead in the fields. And I totally want to avoid getting into my experts versus their experts versus, because I think that that's just going to prolong this. I do want to comment about the timing of this and make sure that, at least from my point of view, this was not an intentional put you up against the wall move. We actually wanted to bring this to the board a month ago. That would have given Kaya even more time for the procurement and the scheduling process to make sure it could actually happen this summer. Because of board agenda items and schedules and people that were available to represent, we weren't able to get on the agenda. And I'm kind of glad we didn't, because if this had been on the agenda before we had heard from the parents and the other experts, we wouldn't have had such a robust conversation. We wouldn't have we wouldn't have had that other side. And as far as having grass experts, all I can say is it wasn't what I was asked to do as I approached this project. I was asked to find a contractor who could replace like for like. And since then I have done research, and since then I've seen the importance of at least exploring that. But we don't have that information today. We don't have that expert today because it wasn't part of my agenda. I'm sorry.
All right. Yeah, I think that it's clear you did what you were asked to do and move this forward in an incredibly quick and thorough way. You know, I hope you don't feel that the board is directing this toward you. All right. So with that, I guess I thought the other thing you were going to, when you said timing, I thought maybe you were going to speak just to the issue of, so it doesn't look to me like we have a majority that would approve this action item tonight. Although I will open the floor for a potential motion in a moment, but could you just speak to if this came back and was approved on May 10th, what's the likely start date and closure ultimate, the time period in which the field would be closed? Or is it possible we'd still be able to start June 6th?
Well, if Kevin's still here, he would have to answer that question.
Sure, I'm still here. Essentially, depending on, so the way the production world, let me back up. The way it works is start dates are predicated on contractual agreements. So as we sit right now, we forecasted a start date of just after graduation based on moving forward with this board agenda. If it moves to 2 weeks or to 4 weeks, we may be still able to strive for the start date to remain the same. The challenge becomes the supply chain, and we don't have a slot for production until we are contractually in agreement with obviously the district, and then we forward on our contract to the suppliers. That shifts. So if hypothetically speaking, let's say it's a 2-week lapse in agreement with the district and Kaya, it doesn't equate necessarily to a 2-week production delay. It could equate to a 3-week or a 6-week, depending on what supply chain is and what transpires between that window. So for us, we most likely could still hold that date. What shifts is the supply chain. And then we do have some cure time for the new asphalt. We're going to remove asphalt based on the root intrusion. The new asphalt does have a cure. Well, the track requires asphalt to cure. So everything shifts based on the start date to a certain degree, but supply chain and processes come into it.
Great, thank you for that clarification. So I did not hear a majority on the board willing to approve this contract tonight, but I'm going to be quiet for a minute in case someone is willing to make a motion to approve it tonight.
I'll make a motion. I motion that we approve the independent contractor services agreement with Kaya Services LLC to remove and replace track and turf at Cougar Field, and resolution note number 2021-22-27, which is authorizing a contract with the California Multiple Award Schedule.
And I'll second that.
Okay, student trustee Dana.
Yes.
Student trustee Lyra.
Yes.
Trustee Doss, we start with you.
Yes.
Okay. Vice President Duran?
No.
President Hinckley?
Yes.
Trustee Boyd?
No.
Trustee Davidson? No. Okay.
All right, the motion fails with 2 student board member votes for and 3 votes against the Vice President Duran, Trustee Boyd, and Trustee Davidson. All right, so now we need to provide direction to staff on next steps. So what I heard was 3 board members giving different options for when to bring it back. So I guess first I'd like to see if there's a willingness to bring this back as an action item on May 10th, and then we can talk about what additional information you would want, or we would all want, when that is brought back to us on May 10th. So yeah, Trustee Boyd. So maybe if you could just affirm that the 10th is acceptable for bringing it back, and then also what you'd want to know.
Oh, so affirming for the 10th. I wasn't sure if we needed a motion or some such fancy language.
No, just to give me a sense.
Yes, affirming for the 10th. And just, I think the information that I suggested, if there are safer forms of turf from a chemical, PFA, et cetera, standpoint than what we currently have presented to us, and, you know, some sort of comparison of, you know, natural grass fields that are in our vicinity being used similarly, or saying, yeah, we looked and we don't see anything like that, just some sort of information along those lines, and potentially having a natural turf expert be able to perhaps present at the May 10th board meeting, or at least to submit some sort of information, just having heard from that side of things.
Great, thank you. Anybody else?
Same as that.
Yeah.
Same as that. The only thing I'm going to add, and this takes it out of this context a tiny bit, is I just think that I would like us to make strong efforts everywhere that is feasible to use natural materials as much as possible, and just really try to do that as a district. And then, you know, if we have to make these sacrifices, I think I would feel much more comfortable about them.
Okay. Those would be a different agenda item, but I think I understand what you're saying. Vice President Duran.
Yes, to 2 weeks, May 10th. And two things. One is somebody had talked about these, I don't know, certified grass managers. I'm sorry, I'm not getting the right terms, but sort of the experts out there that are managing and working with grass fields. I'd certainly like to hear from them, if we could reach out to them. The other one is, once again, the finances. We know what this would cost us for this from this presentation tonight, and I'd like to know what it would cost us both. And I know Director Jaffe spoke to it somewhat about the cost. If we could have a more detailed outline of the costs, including future costs of a maintenance person, maybe a half-time maintenance person, as you had mentioned, that we could look at for a 10-year, just to put it out there, because right now we seem to be having some money, but who knows what it'll be like in three years or 5 years. So I think that certainly needs to be a part of the consideration, is finances and how that would look.
Great. So I think what we're looking for is some of the comparison that we had asked you for when you had no notice or ability to get it to us by tonight. So just the comparison of grass versus artificial turf on those different dimensions, the usability in terms of who needs to be using it, the finances, and the environmental and health issues that have come up. So appreciate that we've tasked you with a big job and that we'll bring this back as an action item and then hopefully be able to move forward with some more specific guidance after that, one way or the other. Yeah, Trustee Boyd.
Thank you, President Hinckley. Just if you were summarizing everything that we wanted, I just wanted to make sure that we're also going to see if there are other safer forms of turf, or if this...
Oh, right. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so with that, we are done with this item at 11:29. Oh my Lord. So I'm actually going to thank all of our presenters for joining us and bearing with us during this discussion. It's been really helpful, and we may see many of you back in a couple of weeks. And then I'm going to suggest we take a vote to extend our meeting and then a short break. So thank you to the Kaya team, and we'll see you in a couple of weeks. And thank you, Director Jaffe, again for spearheading this through, and for all of our commenters. So we were supposed to adjourn at 10:40. We have three additional short action items left that would have totaled a little bit less than an hour. So if I could get a motion to extend the meeting to 12:30, then we can take a break.
I move that we extend the meeting until 12:30.
I second.
Student Trustee Dana?
Yes.
Student Trustee Leoville?
Yes.
Vice President Jerome?
Yes.
President Hinckley?
Yes.
Trustee Boyd?
Yes, though it pains me to say it.
Yes. Trustee Davidson?
Yes.
And Trustee Doss?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Did I vote? I don't know.
Did you vote?
I don't know.
Sorry. President Hinckley?
Yes.
Did I skip you? I'm so sorry.
All right. The meeting,
I'm already
I
tired.
don't know if you did or I fell asleep. The meeting is extended to 12:30 with one vote against from Trustee Doss, and we will take a 4-minute bio break or whatever you need to do, and see you back here at 11:35. All right, it's 11:36. Just make sure we at least have the person who's presenting our next item. Hello, Jackie. So we're now going to move to item 13B, fiscal year 2020-21 bond measures, B&E financial and performance audit reports.
Okay. Sorry.
Yep.
Okay, thank you, President Hinckley. So this item is talk step 2020-21 bond measure B&E financial and performance audit reports. We have a Chrissy White associate here this evening to present the audit. And the auditor have issued clean opinion with no findings. So once the present is done, the board will get to ask any questions. So Natalie's here. So let me see if.
Hello. Can you guys hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, I see nodding. So, alrighty. Well, first, all right, perfect. First, I wanted to say that I do not envy the board for the decisions you guys will have to make. It was very interesting being on an outsider, but I hope that you guys will be able to come to a consensus soon. So I'll make this brief because I know you guys are all tired and the last thing you guys want to hear about is a bunch of numbers. But like Jackie mentioned, we did we did have an unmodified opinion for both the reports, which is the best opinions that you can get. You could go to the next slide. I don't know who's controlling it. Alrighty, so first things first that we take a look at is we want to make sure that since all three measures are were passed under Prop 39, they are required to have a Citizens Bond Oversight Committee. So when we were taking a look at the bonds, we do see that there is a CBOC established. However, for this year, we see that there are about 3 vacant positions, but the district is actively seeking members to fill those vacancies, which is what we like to see. So if you could go to the next slide. So our audit is essentially broken up in 2 parts. First is a financial statement audit. And if you go to the next slide, I believe I talk a little bit about what that entails. Yeah, so our financial statement audit is essentially we're taking a look at account balances, and our opinion for the financial statements is in all material respects, the respective financial position of the bond building fund of Albany Unified School District as of June 30th, 2021, and the respective changes in financial position for the year then ended in accordance with the accounting principles generally accepted in the United States of America. So that's basically saying that we believe that the financial statements are presented fairly in all material respects. If you go to the next slide. So we came to this conclusion by reviewing cash bank reconciliations with the county treasury. We also reviewed accounts receivable accounts to confirm account balances. We investigated subsequent collections. And for all 3 bonds, these accounts mainly relate to interest earned on the cash and county treasury. So we reviewed statements and confirmations with the cash and county treasury as well. Now look at the next slide. We also took a look at accounts payables and confirmed accounts and tested year-end cutoff accruals. We looked at revenues and examined official statements to determine everything has been recorded correctly. And lastly, we took a look at expenses and examined documents supporting a selection of expenses and reviewed subsequent transactions. Go next. So then the second portion of our audit includes the performance section. If you go to the next slide, I can summarize what that entails. But essentially, the second portion is the performance section. In this section, our audit objective is to provide management with an independent and objective evaluation of the government operations. We assist management to meet the increased public demands for information disclosure. We evaluate evidence against stated criteria, so like if the expenditures are allowable per the ballot measure. We also wanted to gain an understanding of the bond program and the environment in which it operates. And we use this information to then assess whether there may be risks that could impact the financial statements. So in this section, we took a look, like I mentioned, some expenditures and make sure that they are allowable per ballot measure. We took a look at a sample of bids and make sure that all the construction bids have all the required components to them as well. Change orders, we take a look at all of that good stuff. So if you go to the next slide. Just a little summary of how much expenditures we took a look at. For Measure B, you'll see that we tested about 89%. This is the biggest, this is a measure that has the biggest amount of activity, so we really like to focus in on testing those expenditures. The 2016 Measure E, we tested about 49%, and Measure E, we tested about 65% of expenditures. Okay. And then, like I mentioned, overall, for both the financial and the performance audit, we issued an unmodified opinion, which is the best opinion that you can get. We also did not find any significant deficiencies or material weaknesses. The next slide, I think is, yep, that's all I really had. Again, I wanted to thank Jackie Kim and everyone else at the district for their hard work in helping us complete the audit process. We're not always the easiest of people to deal with, so I wanted to thank everyone. So that's all I had for you guys. If you guys had any questions for me.
Great, thank you, Natalie.
Great.
Board, any questions? This is an action item. We do have to accept the audit reports, but feel free to ask questions. Or make a motion.
Looks like we're doing well on it, so I'm going to make a motion that we approve the audit reports.
Second.
Okay, student trustee Dana?
Yes.
Student trustee Lyra?
Yes.
Vice President Duran?
Yes.
President Hinckley?
Yes.
Trustee Boyd?
Yes.
Trustee Davidson?
Yes.
Trustee Doss?
Yes.
Thank you.
Great. The motion passes unanimously, and we move to 13C, the selection of the board self-evaluation tool. So the board's bylaws require that we evaluate ourselves once a year, and many of us were here the last time we did this evaluation and discussed choosing this instrument. A year ago, we shifted from the California School Boards Association self-evaluation, which was like 50 questions and not that useful, and we adopted a protocol that's used by the New York State School Boards Association. And I think it went well. I checked in with Vice President Duran about whether she was in support of using the same instrument. This way we can compare our development over the year. And we will, if we approve using this instrument, then at some point we will agendize a public discussion of the board self-evaluation in June, and we'll fill these out in advance and compile the information. And if you could just show the form to hopefully jog everyone's memory about what it looked like. So it was this elegant green and yellow thing. It's fewer questions than the CSBA, and gave us some opportunity to have some good discussion about areas that we wanted to develop. So we have to formally adopt the self-evaluation tool every year. So this is an action item to formally adopt the same instrument that we used last year. But you can also ask questions about the tool or the process.
Anyone have questions? No. All right.
Yep. Trustee Lyra.
Just a quick question. When we fill this out, do we fill this out on our own, or do we fill it out as a group?
Oh, good question. We each fill it out on our own, and then we compile them and share that. And this is all public, so that gets shared publicly. And then what I did last year was sort of pull together the comments. What we did was average the ratings so that you just saw the ratings totals within each of these and then compiled the free form comments to be the foundation of our discussion. So I don't think we shared just the individual forms as they were filled out. We shared a collective form, but you do fill it out by yourself. And Julie will compile it.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah, Vice President Duran.
I just wanted to comment again, as I did, I believe, last year, which is I would appreciate it if staff would be willing to provide information to the board, an evaluation. They could use either this tool or another tool, and it all could be anonymous. So that we don't know who you are, but that we really would get some genuine feedback. And I think that's really the purpose of this tool. It's not just a busy thing for us, but rather we are trying to make improvements in every way. So this would be very helpful if staff, both the school site staff, whoever has any time and would be interested, as well as the superintendent's district staff to help us out and give us an evaluation. That would be much appreciated.
Let me have a quick response to that. We're always ready to help any way we see fit. I wonder, the current process that you use, does it take on more of a survey approach opposed to engaging in communication, which is very effective, where there's a grappling process where everybody grapple with the defining of what that means, coming to consensus? I think it can be much, much richer opposed to doing it independently. I just throw that out as a challenge for food for thought. I think it would be much more valuable if it was a rich grappling kind of discussion for each area. Yes, it would take longer, but in terms of the long run and the benefits, I think it would be significantly greater opposed to a survey-like approach and then tallying it up. That's just my thoughts I thought I'd put on the table. It's just something to think about.
Great. So I think you're probably best positioned, Dr. Wells, to know how to get some feedback from your staff and then a mechanism for engaging with the board. So maybe you could think about a way to do that. If a survey or a form is not the right format, then maybe you could come back with a different option for doing that kind of engagement, because I think that is something the board would appreciate. Great. So if there aren't any other questions, we can take a motion on this.
Okay, I move that we approve the board self-evaluation tool.
Second.
Student trustee Dana?
Yes.
Student trustee Lyra?
Yes.
Trustee Boyd?
Yes.
Trustee Davidson?
Yes.
Trustee Doss?
Yes.
Vice President Jerome?
Yes.
President Hinckley?
Yes.
Thank you.
The motion passes unanimously, and we now have our last action item. Oh, this is also me. To approve district reimbursement to the City of Albany for the Board of Education candidate statement fees. So I'll try to explain this quickly. So the city, currently when you run for office in the City of Albany, whether for City Council or school board, you are responsible for paying the printing costs essentially of your candidate statement, which are currently $1,000 per candidate, which is set by the county. The state allows a jurisdiction to pay that fee or to pass it on to the candidate. So the City Council is going to be considering a proposal to shift that fee from candidates to the council, so that when we pay the County of Alameda for our election costs, the City of Albany would be paying that cost, the $1,000 per candidate. currently we have a sort of unwritten arrangement where the school district reimburses the city for half the costs of every election that we have candidates in. So what the city is asking, or some city council members are asking, that we commit to, if they were to undertake this, to no longer make candidates pay that $1,000 to run for office, that the district would cover the cost for school board candidates. So right now that's $1,000 per candidate. It could go up if the county raises the fee. We have had anywhere from 2 to 5 candidates in any given election. So the amount this would cost the district could range, I put a range of $3,000 to $6,000, since we have 3 seats up for election this fall. Currently, according to our CBO, we pay an estimated about $16,000 already just to run the cost of the election. So the rationale behind the city doing this is that they've been taking steps to try to increase the number of candidates, increase the diversity of candidates. There's been analysis that shows Albany, often has no contest elections, meaning there's only enough candidates to match the number of seats. So we don't even run elections, which is obviously gives voters not very much choice. And so this is one of several things the city has moved forward with to try to diversify our elected bodies, and to make it easier for particularly candidates that don't have access to a lot of wealth to run for office. So that's the context in which I'm bringing this forward, sort of on their behalf. And so the commitment would basically, because it's already an informal arrangement, we're essentially directing the superintendent to we're approving him including that candidate statement fee in that reimbursement to the city. So that may well leave room for lots of questions. So yes, Trustee Davidson.
So candidates would not have to fundraise that $1,000 anymore and contribute it themselves.
Right. So it removes a pretty big threshold. Many candidates only spend a couple $1,000s. So when they run for office, particularly for school board, candidates spend a lot less money. It's hard to fundraise. So this would cut $1,000 from what candidates have to pay. So it would remove what would appear to be a significant, hurdle, given the proportion that it usually takes up of how much candidates spend overall. Yeah, Trustee Lira.
I feel like what you kind of said just answered my question, but I was going to ask, candidates are able to spend more than $1,000, right? They could spend more.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, in some city council elections, there have been much bigger amounts spent, but for school board, it's often the fee is the biggest thing that people have to figure out how to come up with.
Ready for a motion? You going? Go ahead, Melissa.
I move that we approve the district reimbursement to the City of Albany for Board of Education candidate statement fees.
A second.
Can I potentially suggest an amendment to this, or at least ask a follow-up question, if it's even possible?
Well, we have a motion on the floor first to vote on.
We have to vote on that first, and then if it passes, then that. All right, that's fine. Go for it.
Can I postpone the motion or anything, or it's a train on a track? Okay.
It has a second, so we have to do a roll call.
Okay. Student Trustee Dana?
Yes.
Student trustee Lira.
I want to wait for Doss's question, so I'm just going to say no.
Okay. Trustee Davidson.
No.
Trustee Doss.
No.
Vice President Duran.
I guess I'm going to wait for Trustee Doss's question, and maybe we'll try a second time around.
So is that a yes or a no?
Sorry about that. It's a no.
Thank you. President Hinckley.
I'm going to vote yes, just to be difficult because I brought it. And it's going to fail anyway.
Trustee Boyd.
No.
Okay. All right. So the first motion fails with one, fails with everybody voting against it except for me. All right. Trustee Doss, do you have an alternative motion to bring forward?
Yes, and I kind of want to give a little bit of clarification around it, and because we were talking about like barriers that prevent individuals from running for school board, and one of the barriers is financial, because it is a very time-consuming, role. It takes away from a lot of time that you might have. Takes away from time, if you're working and you're not getting, paid during that time, which brings me to my point, which is the board stipend is lower than the minimum standard, like where it should be, which I think could also be a barrier preventing some people from running, but also could be a way to encourage individuals to run that might not run otherwise because it's less. So is there a way to incorporate that as well so that the board stipend is a little higher, encourages people to run, and then also the $1,000 is eliminated so that doesn't stop individuals from running either?
So we can't consider action on the board stipend tonight because it's not on the agenda.
Okay.
All right, should we start over? So anyone who voted no on a motion can bring it right back.
It's not on the screen anymore, so I don't remember exactly how I'm supposed to say it. Does Trustee Davidson want to help me out?
Yeah, it's I move to approve district reimbursement to City of Albany for Board of Education candidate statement fees.
Second.
Y'all are too fast for me this late at night. Student trustee Dana.
Yes.
Student trustee Lira.
Yes.
Trustee Doss. Trustee Doss.
Sorry, yes.
Thank you. Vice President Jerome.
Yes.
President Hinckley.
Yes.
Trustee Boyd.
Yes.
And Trustee Davidson.
Yes.
Okay.
Great. The motion passes unanimously, and that is the end of our action items. So upcoming agenda items, we need to reschedule Cougar Field. I don't think I have any other items that came out. So please raise your hand if you have something. Yeah, Vice President Duran.
I wanted to see if we could put on the agenda, given the conversation tonight around Cougar Field, if we could please revisit Marin and Cornell in terms of their resurfacing and or other materials they'll be using for their playgrounds.
Okay. Trustee Davidson.
Okay, I sent you these in an email, so you don't have to worry too much. I'd like to have an update and or revisit the Albany High School math since we had the presentation, and I feel like we need to maybe have a discussion about it or something else. Also, I would like to have an agenda item for grading in the district and grading around sort of a, I know that grading policy is something that we've had back and forth on. Anyways, grading policy, further discussion. Ways to bring the AMS behavior matrix approach to all school levels. And then providing more opportunities for our students and staff to enjoy time together. And the final one, school vandalism and strategies around that. I guess I'll extend that also just school safety at the entrances and arrival routes.
All right, Trustee Boyd.
Yes, just since it just came up, I think it's already in the issues bin, the revisiting of the potentially increasing the board stipend. So just confirming that that still is in existence, and it's in my court to talk to members of the district office about what more needs to happen there in order for it to come back as an item.
Great. And we do still have one workshop to schedule that our spotlight tonight reminded me of the Albany Children's Center. So that that's the one item that doesn't have a date yet that we've already agreed needs to be agendized. So we do have one public comment on this, and then we will adjourn. Just waiting for our timer.
Would you like 1 minute or 2?
2 minutes.
Okay, let me change that real quick. Okay.
Great, thank you. All right, Jeremiah, go ahead.
Thank you. Really would like future agenda item of school zones, possibly the discussion of school zones, what they are, the pros and cons, the benefits to them for our community and our students. And it would be great to have it as an agenda item, so that way the public is aware of the situation, that there's no school zones in our municipal code and things like that of that nature, to raise awareness of the public, and possible discussion with the board on whether or not possibly you could support the idea of it, whether it's something that it would be okay with you. And that's it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And with that, it is Wednesday. We are adjourned. And I deeply apologize to our students and to all of us. So I will see you all at our next regular board meeting, May 10th.
Thank you. Bye.
Night.
Recording stopped.